Hello, everybody. Welcome into the live 2025 draft show here for you. The draft kicks off, of course, in just 30 minutes. I am here today with Matt, host of another show here at the GSMC Sports Network. Very excited for him to join me. We're going to be going out for the entirety of round one. Strap in. It's going to be a bit of a long one. Happy to have you here. What's going on, man?
I'm happy to be here, man. I'm looking forward to getting into this draft. I'm really mainly looking forward to enough of the speculation and we can actually get some answers here instead of all these questions and rumors and all these things. So excited to get going.
That's the big thing with this draft. Of course, there's so much smoke, there's so much rumors. We have no idea what is real and what is fake, and that's why it is like a sporting event like none other. Both of us here have done some mock drafts, and we'll go ahead and pull up Matt's mock draft here for in a second here for you. This should be Matt's mock right here. If you guys can see that, he has a very different mock than I do. And there's a couple things at the top right away. Of course, nobody knows exactly how the draft is going to go. We're going to try our best to be 100% correct here for you. But of course, at the top, Matt has the same three. Looks like Cam Ward, then you've got Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter wrapping up those top three spots. But where it gets a little bit different, and the first one that I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Matt, is at number 5 here, you have Mason Graham, which for a long time, that
Right.
would have been the chalk pick, right? But there's been a lot of speculation recently that Liam Cohen and the Jags are pushing towards an offensive pick. What's your thoughts there with the Jaguars pick?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of the rumors, especially in recent days anyway, about them potentially trying to move up from 5 to possibly grab a guy like Travis Hunter or Ashton Genty or something like that. But I still think they stand pat at 5. I think they take Mason Graham. He's the best defensive tackle in the entire draft, arguably the best defensive player in the entire draft. And I think the Jaguars really do need to shore up that defensive line. That's one thing that they were very good at several years ago, back when they had that Saxonville defense. And they haven't really been able to get back to that point just yet. So I think Mason Graham would be a good addition to hopefully be trending in that same direction again. So I like Mason Graham to the Jaguars there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do. That's a pick that I personally have had for a long time. My mock draft, if you can see right here, my mock draft does not have Mason Graham going there, but for the longest time, Mason Graham was a lock in that 5 spot with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Getting back to your mock here, there's a couple other pieces that I think are super interesting to take a look at. Starting off with what I think is the linchpin of this draft, the spot that's either going to make this a super chaotic draft or a super kind of just one pick after another draft, is at the New York Jets spot. There's a lot of places they could go. You have them going Tyler Warren. Why is that?
Yeah. Yeah. Just because I think that would be a good addition for Justin Fields. Obviously, they signed him in the offseason. They've got good receivers. Garrett Wilson is a solid receiver, one of the best in the game, I think. I think the one position that they're kind of hurting in, at least offensively anyway, is at tight end. And Tyler Warren is the best tight end in this class. I know a lot of people have talked about Colston Loveland from Michigan as well. But I think Tyler Warren from Penn State is the cream of the crop in terms of the tight end class. And I like him going to the Jets there because I just think that's a good safety valve for Justin Fields whenever he has to get out of the pocket, which he likes to do a lot. We saw him do that in Chicago, maybe not so much in Pittsburgh because they didn't really let him do what he, was really good at. So I think the Jets are not going to really have those kinds of handcuffs on Justin Fields. They're going to want him to just do what it is that he does best, and that's getting outside the pocket. And I think Tyler Warren could be a good target down the field for Justin Fields, like a safety valve sort of guy.
See, Tyler Warren's a really interesting prospect to me. He's someone that I've heard comps of being an incredible tight end, but what I see out of him is Taysom Hill kind of role, where we've seen him be that gadget guy in college, right? We saw him play a little bit of quarterback in the Wildcat, be a fullback, be a running back, obviously pass catching. He's also not the greatest blocker. He's in a really interesting position when it comes to tight ends. He's my tight end 3 in this draft, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into it. I love Colston Loveland. I love what he brings out of
Hmm.
Michigan. His hands, just his ability to survive contact at the catch point is
Hmm.
is just incredibly impressive to me when we watch a guy like that, a
Yeah.
big, strong, physical guy. Uh, but then you have Shedeur Sanders. And Shedeur Sanders
Hmm.
is like the big question mark of this draft. We could see a draft with just
Hmm.
one quarterback go in the first round. We could also very easily see a draft where we get 3 or 4, which last time we had a draft like this was the Kenny Pickett draft where he was the only quarterback going in the first round. It's a little bit different than that. Not there's a number 1
Hmm.
overall quarterback in this year's draft unlike in that one. But this gives me similar vibes. You have Shedeur Sanders at 9 to the Saints. I've got him at number 21 going to the Steelers here. What are your thoughts on
Hmm.
Shedeur Sanders? And if he doesn't go to the Saints as you predict, what do you think he
Hmm.
lands?
He doesn't go to the Saints. I mean, I guess the most likely destination that you would think would be Pittsburgh, but I mean, from being a Steeler fan myself and following all of the local beat writers and reporters, the guys that are in the buildings, talking to the coaches and the owners and GMs, all those guys, they have all said it's going to be defensive tackle at 21 if they stay at 21. Because that's another kind of twist in this draft here is that I think the Steelers could very well trade completely out of the first round, which is something that they don't normally do. But I think if they're in a situation where they have several guys that they like that are available at 21, I feel like they could be more inclined to want to trade back to get more assets because they feel like they could still get one of those guys that they have on their board and still also be able to get extra draft capital as well. So I agree with you though. Shedeur Sanders is kind of the pick that's really going to kind of change things. I look at the Saints. Um, I mean, Colts maybe, but like
Really, the
I don't know
Colts?
because I mean, yeah, just the only reason I say that is because I don't know that they are sold on Anthony Richardson. If they were, they wouldn't have brought in Daniel Jones. And Daniel Jones is not a franchise quarterback. So maybe possibly they, go that route. I don't think that's going to happen personally. I have them going Colston Loveland actually, but I think it's a possibility. Other than that, I don't see anybody else other than the Steelers that could be in line for a quarterback unless the Browns decide to make a trade after their second pick and then maybe get Shedeur Sanders in the later round or the later of this first round here. That's the only other thing that I can really think of as far as where he might go. Otherwise, he could even fall completely out of the first round.
Right. Shedeur Sanders, very interesting. But I want to focus on a little bit what you were talking about there at the end with the trade up and trade down situations. This is the latest we've ever gotten to the end towards the draft without a single trade in the first round. Right now, all 32 teams hold on to their own first round pick, which is not something we normally see. We've heard a lot of talk about potential trades at the top with teams like the Browns, the Giants, the Jags, the Bears, either moving up or down to get their guys. Are you looking at any specific spot in this draft? Maybe in the late 20s and late 20s, 30s, towards the end of the round, where you see a team trading out of the first round, or like you mentioned, the Browns trading back in, the Giants trading back into the first, or maybe even teams like that trading up. What are some of those destinations that you're targeting for potential trades?
I think the Rams are an interesting case because they could very well trade out of the first round as well and possibly take a receiver or something in the second round or something like that. But they could even go a little bit further up in the draft as well to kind of help shore up some defensive holes as well. But right now, I have the Rams taking safety Nick Amenwari out of South Carolina at 26. But if they feel like they can't get him if they wait till 26, maybe they trade up. But I think they're more likely to trade back than trade up personally. So I think they're kind of an interesting case. I think the Chargers are kind of interesting as well because I know they need some weapons on the outside. I kind of changed up my mock draft a little bit before we started the show. I originally had the Chargers selecting an edge rusher, but I changed it because I feel like they need more help wide receiver. The more and more I thought about it, the more I thought that the Chargers kind of need some help at wide receiver to help Justin Herbert, of course. And, of course, they went ahead and got Najee Harris to help with that offensive backfield. So they re-signed Mike Williams, but Mike Williams is not number one receiver type category or whatever. They still got Quentin Johnston from a couple of years ago when they drafted him. He still hasn't quite hit what I think they would hope that he would be at right now in his career. Maybe he takes a jump or takes a leap this year, but I think maybe adding a prime receiver, big time receiver like Ted McMillan, because he's a big bodied guy,
He is.
I think that could really help Justin Herbert out a lot.
Right, and even to get to that point, Tet is a guy that, as we kind of talked about a little bit earlier on, there's not that much of a gap between prospect number 4 and prospect number 20, right? There's not that big of a gap there. Tet we could see go as early as 5, maybe even 4 to the Patriots if they really felt like it, and as late as where you have him mocked in the early 20s, maybe even the late 20s if you go. We do have a question in the chat from GSMC Sports Network asking, which is the bigger question mark in the draft? Is it Jackson Dart's draft position or is it Shedeur Sanders? I'd love. What are your thoughts first on this?
Well, I think the answer is Shedeur Sanders. I think that really is the one that's the most talked about. What happens with him is really gonna kind of determine what a lot of other teams do, I think. Jackson Dart, I don't think gets drafted in the first round. I think he is a day 2 guy. Whether that's the second or third round, I don't know, but I think he's a day 2 guy for sure. So yeah, I mean, I think Shedeur Sanders is the biggest question mark right now in this whole entire draft.
Right. And Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart, like Marab was asking, are two
Mhm.
very kind of similarly mocked quarterbacks. They're kind of interchangeable in a lot of people's minds, which I think is interesting. My quarterback rankings, I have Jackson Dart as my QB4 and Shedeur Sanders as my QB3 this year. So these two, I think, are in a very similar spot. Jackson Dart has a bigger range. We've seen him mocked at number
Mhm.
9 to the Saints. We've seen him mocked all the way at the end, all the way in like the third round. Shedeur Sanders has been basically what seems like a lock for the first, or at very latest, the second round. So I think the bigger question of where he's going to go as far as how it's going to affect the rest of the draft, the rest of the first round, it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. But if you're asking the amount of places that they could go, I think Jackson Dart has a bigger range. Shedeur Sanders, a lot more
Yeah.
likely, I think, to go first. We could see Jackson Dart as a potential guy that gets traded back in for, though, rather than Shedeur Sanders. I think that's the way that some teams are looking at it. But
Yeah.
overall, it's definitely a really weird quarterback year, more than we've seen in a lot of
Mhm.
different years.
For sure, yeah. And as far as the Saints, I know they really like Jackson Dart. So I just don't know if they take him with the ninth pick. I think that's kind of high for Jackson Dart. That's why I had Shedeur Sanders there because with their whole Derek Carr situation, you don't really know what's going on there. If he's going to play the entire season, plus he's had injury issues in the past. So especially later in his career, like he is right now, I don't know if you can really depend on him, even if he does come back healthy at some point during the season. So I think you need to start thinking about the future there because I don't think Derek Carr is going to be there past this year. Personally, I know they restructured his contract this offseason, but that injury I think changes things. And I like Shedeur Sanders there, but if Shedeur Sanders doesn't go to the Saints at 9, I think the Saints take Jackson Dart in the second round.
Yeah, and we could definitely see that. The Saints are in a really interesting spot. They're in a spot that I don't think a lot of teams really envy that much. They've got a older quarterback in Derek Carr that's going to be owed $69 million next season based on the restructuring. It's not a good spot. They're kind of stuck with him, but they're also
Yeah.
should be in full rebuild mode. They've been in cap purgatory, cap just the bottom, the worst spot you want to be with the cap
Mhm.
for a very long time. Really, ever since Drew Brees retired, that should have been the signal. Instead, they wanted to keep competing. They brought in a new head coach. That is, I think, the real sign for them to start over. And what's a better way to start over than
Mhm.
getting a quarterback in the first round? But they were really quiet about getting a quarterback until the Derek Carr injury news came up, and then suddenly lots of news about
Mhm.
that. One more thing I wanted to go over with your mock, though, Matt. is you have
Hmm.
4 running backs in the
Yep.
first round. This obviously a very, very talented running back class. You've got one of the most talented prospects we've ever seen out of the running backs in Ashton Genty, probably the best prospect we've seen since Saquon Barkley. But you have 4 more. We've had a lot of Omarion Hampton talk. Who are your other 2 running backs? Where do you have them going and why?
Yeah, so obviously have Ashton Genty going to the Raiders, as many other people do. I had Omari and Hampton actually going to the Bears, and that is that I have to admit is kind of a toss up. There, it's very likely the Bears don't go in that direction. But DeAndre Swift is their running back right now, and he wasn't super impressive last year in his first season with the Bears. And I just think that the Bears, that's just the one thing they're needing. They've done such a great job this offseason building that offensive line and building that defensive line as well, and adding some pieces here and there to help Caleb Williams with that whole new coaching staff and all of that. And I just think if you just add a dynamic running back, like a guy like Amari and Hampton, he just feels like a Chicago Bears type of running back. Like he can be a bruiser, he can be elusive, he's got that full package. He can run you over or he can elude you too. So I think he is arguably, if Ashton Genty wasn't in this draft, Amarian Hampton would be probably a top 10 pick in my opinion. I mean, I already have him as a top 10 pick, I guess, really, but I think he could be one of those guys that goes like where Ashton Genty goes if Genty wasn't a part of this draft, but of course he is. So, he's going to be the second running back taken. As far as the other guys that I have going, I had Travion Henderson from Ohio State going to the Cowboys. The Cowboys, I think, are the most glaring team that needs a running back this year. They did sign Javonte Williams in the offseason, but he's not somebody that's going to, turn any heads, in my opinion. I think they really do need to shore down that position because if you look at what the Cowboys did back in the prime or the early first couple of years of Dak Prescott, they had a great offensive line and they had a very good run game. They ran the ball very, very well with Ezekiel Elliott. And they, I think, need to get back to that. That's when they were at their best offensively anyway, is when they can beat you on the ground as well as through the air. Now they've got CeeDee Lamb, and you could make an argument that they could go receiver with that pick because, maybe getting another receiver opposite CeeDee Lamb would be a good thing. But I just think that especially last year showed how valuable a big time running back is to your offense and to your team in general. It wears down defenses. And, you can keep the other team off the field if you have a good running game. So I like the Cowboys to take a running back there. And then the Broncos, I have them taking Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. This is another one you could kind of throw a couple of other names in there at running back. But I do think the Broncos do take running back with the 20th pick.
Yeah, I want to talk about Dylan Sampson a little bit more because that one was the pick that I guess threw me off the most about your mock draft. Dylan Sampson is a guy that I don't even think cracks the top 10 running backs for me. There's a couple guys ahead of him, but to have him as a first round pick is a little bit out there. What's the thinking there? Is Dylan Sampson? How high on him are you overall?
Well, I don't know if you are aware of this, but I'm a big SEC guy. Being a Florida Gator fan and everything, so having had to go up against guys like Dylan Sampson and Nico to a certain extent too, but he is a good running back. He may not be in your top 10 or whatever because it's a very, very deep running back class, but I do think he's solid enough of a running back for the Broncos to take. But again, I could see several other running backs going here. This is just where I have him right now. I could see DJ Giddens possibly going there. Quinshon Judkins is another one that's really good as well. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa is another one that's really good too. So I could see a number of different guys there, but I just happened to land on Dylan Sampson. Just a feeling that I had, to be honest, really.
So that's one thing too, because you feel like the way that you're talking, it has to be a running back here at 20 for the Broncos. Does it have to be a running back at 20 for the Broncos? Can it be a wide receiver? Can it be more help for an already stacked defense, more offensive linemen? They could use a center this year, the Broncos could. Does it have to be a running back there for the Broncos at 20?
Well, no, I guess it doesn't have to be a running back, but you mentioned the defense. I think with as deep of a class as this is defensive line wise anyway, and edge rusher and all that, I think you could afford to wait a little later to go for a defensive player and still be able to get a quality guy at whatever pick you decide to pick him at. But I think the greater need on offense for them, I think, is running back more so than wide receiver, because Cortland Sutton is a very good receiver in my opinion, probably one of the more underrated receivers in the league. And that could be because of where he plays, but I don't know. But I think he's a great receiver, and that I just think that running back is just a bigger need for them right now. I mean, you could say offensive line too, but with the way this class is running back wise, and I feel like you want to get your hands on these quality guys as soon as you can. And who knows, they could still trade up, trade back, or whatever to get some extra picks in the second and third rounds, and they can still shore up those other holes that they have too. So, I just like running back in the first round for them. Maybe not Dylan Sampson, it might not be him, but I do think that it's going to be running back.
Yeah. And I definitely do see the need for running back. My mock here has Omarion Hampton going 20 overall to the Broncos. But you also have in that situation, when we take a look back at your mock, we still have some really quality receivers on the board. That guys that didn't make your
Mhm.
first round mock, like Emeka Egbuka, that they could really use, who I think is going to come in and be immediate. You also have Tetroa McMillan, who pairing
Yeah.
him opposite of Cortland Sutton, get those two big, tall receivers that can be excellent
Mhm.
jump ball guys would be huge for Bo Nix. I'm just curious what your thinking is for skipping over guys like that.
Yeah, like I said, I just feel like running back is a greater need for the Broncos over wide receiver. With the Igbuka, I struggled with him because I wanted to put him in the first round, but I just didn't know where I would put him. I thought about the Panthers, but I think Matthew Golden's a better prospect. That's why I had him going to the Panthers instead of the Chargers or anything like that. But I mean, Ted McMillan, that would be a very good duo. I can't argue with you there, with Cortland Sutton as well. But I don't know. I just feel like running back is a bigger need for them. That's just my opinion.
And as we get down the final stretch here, one more question on your mock draft. Your Pittsburgh Steelers. I've got you, see you all decked out in your Pittsburgh yellow. You got your terrible towels on the walls for everybody. You have them taking defensive tackle Derek Harmon out of Oregon. That's something that I know you've been championing for a long time. He started to slip a little bit on mocks. He's all the way down at the bottom at 32 for me. He on
Yeah.
PFF has kind of slipped out of the first round for a lot of people. What are your thoughts on Derek Harmon, and why are you such a big fan of him with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, I think he would be a great fit alongside Cameron Hayward. And you also look at a guy like Kenneth Grant. I think he's a possibility at 21 as well. The only difference being is I think Derek Harmon is more of a, every down defensive lineman as opposed to like a two technique guy like Kenneth Grant is or was at Michigan. I think Derek Harmon could be an absolute beast in that defensive front, and they need some help on the defensive line because, like I said, Cam Hayward is still an All-Pro, still playing at an All-Pro level, but he's also pretty up there in age too for that position. And also, they lost Larry Ogunjobi, their other starting defensive tackle from last year. So they need some help. They went ahead and they drafted a couple years ago Keanu Benton, who has kind of been sort of like a spot player. He hasn't really done what they want from, or he hasn't shown what they wanted to see from him just yet, but he still has a lot of potential. But I feel like this is going to be a big year for him, to be honest. But I think the Steelers take Derek Harmon here. I think he is a really good prospect for them. He fits their system really well. And, with them giving up almost 300 yards to the Ravens in that playoff loss, they need to do something about that defensive line.
Yeah, the defensive line definitely an issue. Obviously, moving off of a guy like Larry Ogunjobi, they do have a need there at defensive tackle.
Mhm.
The Steelers could also go a lot of ways. Of course, the big question with the Steelers: what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers? It would have been cool if he'd signed by now. The little mini sort of deadline that was put out there by the Steelers management, rumored, was the draft. Doesn't seem like it's going to
Mhm.
happen. Are the Steelers destined to pick a quarterback in this draft if one is there, even if it isn't Shadur Sanders? Say he goes at 9. Could you? What are the chances? Give me a percentage chance that the Steelers grab a quarterback here in the first round.
In the first round, I'd say close to zero. I
Really?
honestly believe that because I think they're going to go. I do think they're going to go quarterback at some point in this draft. I just don't think it's going to be 21. I haven't, from everything that I have heard, just following all the Steelers beat writers and all that, it does not sound like quarterback is the pick here at 21. I think they're more likely to trade back out of the first round than they are to pick a quarterback at 21.
How how likely is it that they trade out? Are you sold on them picking at 21? Because again, trades are gonna happen. I would be shocked if there were no trades
Mhm.
in this first round. They just feel like they're gonna be on the day. There's been a lot of speaking. Are the Steelers gonna trade back? Try trade out of there? And if not, is there a team that you're pegging to trade this year in the first round?
Um, I don't know if they'll trade out of the first round, but I think they will trade back. I really do. And I think a team that I have looked at as far as a possible trade partner would be the Buffalo Bills at 30. I think it is 30 that they're picking. Yeah, 30. Because I think that they can get some pretty decent draft capital from moving, back, or the Bills moving up, 9 spots or whatever it is, to select one of their guys that they see, to be a good fit. But I think the Steelers would trade back. I think, I mean, I would say probably about 60% sure that I think they would trade back. I'm very kind of iffy on whether or not they actually do it or not. But if they do stand pat, I still think it's going to be Derek Harmon if he's available at that point, of course. But
Of course.
yeah, trading back I think is pretty likely. But only time will tell, I guess. So
Redraft here. That's your mock
yeah.
draft. Take a look at mine. But before we get into my mock draft here for you as we go live, who is one player that you see going in the first round? Maybe you don't have him mocked, that nobody else in the world is giving a chance to go in the first round.
Oh man, that's a that's a difficult one. One guy that at least is not on my mock draft. I don't know if it meets the same parameters of your question, but at least that's not actually in the first round. Honestly, is the guy we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier ago is Amika Egbuka. I don't have him mocked in the first round, but I could absolutely see him go in the first round. Now, I don't know if that's going to be considered a surprise or a shock to anybody that he would go first over or into the first round. But another guy to kind of maybe keep an eye on is Tyler Shuck,
Tyler Shuck.
to
That's
possibly go in
definitely
the
an
first
interesting
round.
one. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, Tyler Shuck. That's one that kind of raises some eyebrows at me as far as whether or not somebody will take a chance on him in the first round.
His stock is for sure rising. A guy that I'm looking at, we can stay
Mhm.
in that quarterback territory. Jalen Milrow is a guy that I'm looking at for potential way too early drafting. He's got the tools to do it. He's a guy that I am falling in love with a little bit as a prospect for all the wrong reasons. His potential. I'm falling in love with the potential there, which is the most dangerous way to draft. But there's a lot of
Mhm.
guys. We've seen it in the past. It worked for Josh Allen, did not work for Anthony Richardson, although maybe a jury's still out on that. Probably not though. He
Yeah.
could go. He's a
Yeah, I mean,
very similar kind of archetype there, where he's gonna
mhm.
instantly be one of the best running quarterbacks in the NFL. Just got to keep an eye on that as the draft is officially
Mhm.
opened here, Matt. Outside of
Yeah.
him, the Titans on the clock now. Outside of him,
Mhm.
I will say we are gonna There's one guy, Maxwell Harrison. He got invited to the draft. I've seen him mocked a
Yeah.
couple times. If you want to
Mhm.
say to places like the Rams, uh, on the corner side, I think there's a couple guys that could sneak in. Him, Siobhan Ravel is a guy that I really like at ECU. Uh, what about the
Mhm.
defensive side of the ball? Is there someone to look out for there?
Yeah. I really like Will Johnson out of Michigan. I think he is a really good cover corner, and I actually have him going to the Bills, assuming they don't trade or anything like that. But I really like what I've seen from him, and that entire Michigan defense from a year ago has a lot of really good pro prospects coming into it. Really, if you think about it, along their defensive linemen that they have, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, now Will Johnson as well. It's a lot of good, talented guys from Michigan that are coming out into this draft this year. And I think Will Johnson is up there as one of the better corners that are available right now in the draft. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Will Johnson go a little bit earlier than 30 as well. But right now I have Will Johnson at 30 to the Bills, or possibly Maxwell Hairston too, from Kentucky, going to the Bills as well. So, and like you said, Amos as well, I think is an option too. So
Yeah, Amos, definitely very interesting. Let's talk a little bit about the Titans. This pick is,
yep.
well, all but
it should be in. I mean,
all
they've
but done.
had the
This
whole
pick,
offseason to think about it.
according to Adam Schefter, has already been decided. But for a little bit of fun here, Matt, who do you have the Titans taking?
Well, I mean, it's Cam Ward, man. I mean, it's Cam Ward. But if I'm just gonna throw one out there just to kind of just be crazy about it, maybe they shock everybody and they take Ashton Genty with first overall pick. Who knows?
Would be definitely shocking.
It'd be crazy.
It would be crazy, yes.
But like I said, I mean, you could throw anybody's name in there and it would be shocking compared to Cam Ward, because it's going to be Cam Ward. I mean, we all know it's going to be Cam Ward.
Yeah, it's going to be Cam Ward.
I'd be stunned if it's not.
But let's talk about...
I'd be absolutely stunned if it's not Cam Ward.
But let's talk about Cam Ward. This, of course, has been decided. Everything but the paperwork being handed in. Cam Ward going number 1 overall, is that a good pick? Is that the right pick? Not what will happen, but is that the right pick for the Titans right now?
Well, with the Titans, I feel like they're not 100% sold on Will Levis, and rightfully so. He hasn't really been great as a quarterback or as a starter, but I also think that the Titans, they do not have a very talented team around them. So I really think that they are trying to just fully rebuild, and you got to start either in the trenches or at quarterback to try and get your guy. I don't know if Cam Ward came out into next year's draft, I don't think he goes first overall. I think he's possibly a potentially second round pick if he was come out next year, but obviously he's this year. But it's not as good of a quarterback class this year, as we all know. But yeah, I mean, Cam Ward, he's got the one thing that I've always noticed about Cam Ward from watching him that I've always really, really liked is his poise in the pocket. Like if you ever watch him playing, in any games, it's almost like he's just standing still in the pocket and just waiting for guys to get open. He's just very cool, calm, and collected under pressure. And that's the one thing that I've always really liked about Cam Ward. So I think the Titans are doing a good thing by getting Cam Ward here. But, if they didn't get him, I don't think it really changes the trajectory of their team either way, because I still think there's a lot of other holes on that team that they need to address.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I agree with you. His pocket presence, or his just the ability to stay cool in the pocket, is the reason why he's going number 1 overall over everything. A guy that threw for over 4,000 yards last year on his way to a Heisman Trophy winning season, 39 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. He played an amazing season. He's transferred around a lot. He was at Oregon State previously. He's been in a lot of different places, and everywhere he's gone, he's just been more and more successful. What's his outlook look like in the NFL? Do you have a comp for him, or what do you think a potential Cam Ward Titans career looks like?
Well, it's going to kind of depend on the team that they build around Cam Ward. And also one thing to kind of think about as well is the Titans, and maybe not a lot of people really thinking about this scenario, but the Titans have a new GM this year. And this GM was not the guy that was there when they brought in Brian Callahan to be the head coach. So I think if it does not go well this year, I think there's a good chance that they could have a whole new coaching staff next year. And do you really want to have a young quarterback go through a complete big change like that? I think that's kind of a risk that you take, but you're really kind of taking risks no matter who you pick in any NFL draft, really, because you don't know what these guys are going to do when they get on an NFL football field. But Cam Ward, I think, makes the most sense for the Titans right now. But I would not think that it's, would completely change their season if they did not get him. I think they would still have a pretty similar trajectory this year with or without Cam Ward. But as far as his overall career in Tennessee, like I said, it's going to kind of depend on what they get around him because they don't really have much right now.
Yeah. Uh, Definitely agree with what you say. I think he's a guy that could be really good when it comes to the NFL draft, but he's also someone that definitely doesn't feel like a for sure thing. Taking a look at my mock draft before we get too
Mhm.
deep into the draft, so it doesn't look like I'm cheating when I get all of these right, of course. We have starting
Good.
off obviously number one. We've got Cam Ward here. Outside of that, the next couple picks also feel pretty chalky. But Matt, what's something that stands out in my mock to you, as far as being different, or that you think is out of nowhere?
Yeah, sorry, I'm bringing it up right now. For whatever reason, the link that you sent me is just a bunch of symbols and not the actual mock draft that you have. So I'm not really sure what that's about. But hold on. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Um, yeah, I don't know what that was. It was so weird. It was like a bunch of like squares and symbols on like a Microsoft Word document. So it's very strange to me. Um, One thing, let me see. I'm just looking over your list here. I really like Mike Green. That's the one that I had for the Falcons as well. I like that pick there, and for the last two picks, I think is pretty interesting as well. Josh Connerly Jr. to or from Oregon to the Chiefs. That does make a lot of sense with Joe Tooney going over to the Bears, of course. But I'm kind of surprised that you have Derek Harmon all the way down at 32
Yeah, Derek
because
Harmon
I
is
think that he's going to go.
Derek Harmon's a
I'm
very
sorry. Go ahead.
interesting, polarizing guy for me. He's someone that I think has to go in the first round. He's a first round talent. But when you take a look at him compared to a couple of the other defensive linemen, he stacks up to be DT3, defensive lineman 3, defensive tackle 3 for me. You've got Mason Graham out of Michigan, who I think is arguably the best defender in this class. I think it's a lot closer with him and Abdul Carter than a lot of people are making it out to be. And then next to him, you've got his
Right.
teammate. I really like Kenneth Grant out of Michigan as well. Obviously, playing next to a guy like Mason Graham can do a lot. But then Derek Harmon goes. Another guy that I think
Mhm.
could go ahead of him, you could argue, is Walter Nolan, a guy that I've seen with top 10 buzz. 11 is where I have him at. Or excuse me, I've got him going a little bit earlier on
17.
in the first round, to
You got him to the Bengals at
the
17.
Bengals at 17. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
he's someone that I've seen go really high, but really that's four defensive tackles in the first round that I think are going to or basically have to go. So it's going to be a really crowded spot for defensive rookie of the year. What do you think about Derek Harmon when you're comparing him to some of these guys? Where do you have him ranked in the in the crowd of defensive tackle?
Well, for me, I have him directly behind Mason Graham as the second best defensive lineman or interior defensive lineman in this draft. I really like Derek Harmon a lot. And, a consolation pick for me if I'm the Steelers, if you can't get Derek Harmon, would be Kenneth Grant because he is another guy who is unbelievably athletic for a guy his size. He can actually run down running backs sometimes. Seen him do it a couple of times at Michigan. He's tremendous talent. So yeah, I have Derek Harmon just below Mason Graham, but Kenneth Grant is definitely in that conversation as well. I actually had Walter Nolan going to the 49ers where you have Kenneth Grant going, and I had the Bengals taking safety Malachi Starks because I think their secondary is in desperate need of an overhaul.
Yeah, no, definitely. The Bengals need a lot defensively. So them going to the defensive side of the ball, I think, is a for sure lock. Outside of that, one of the more interesting guys for me that I'm keeping an eye on in this draft is going to be Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State.
Mhm.
Josh Simmons is a very polarizing prospect, kind of like a lot of these other guys, right? You have a guy that could be the best tackle in this draft, but dealing with a
Mhm.
scary knee injury. Where do you have him slotted? I know he wasn't in your first round mock. How far do you have him
Yeah.
falling? What do you think is going to happen with NFL teams and Josh Simmons?
Mm. Yeah, I don't have him falling that much further. I think he goes early second round for sure. Because I'm right there with you. He has the potential to be possibly the best tackle in the entire class. Although I personally have Will Campbell as that. But Josh Simmons definitely has that potential. I didn't have him in the first round, but I could absolutely see him going very, very early in the second round, maybe to a team like the Browns or something if they want to shore up their offensive line a little bit. One of those early picks, I think, in the next round, I think is where he's going to go.
And the early second round is also, I feel like, is going to be a bloodbath. We talked about how much
Mm-hmm.
how tight the difference between 5 and 20 is. But if you want to extend that even further, the difference between prospect number 10 and prospect number 34, also
Mm-hmm.
very tight, depending on your need and really
Yeah.
just how you might personally feel. We could see a lot of guys no one was expecting to go in the first round. I know one guy that I have had mocked in the end of the first round pretty consistently is Nick Scourton out of Texas A&M. Not a guy that I think is super popularly mocked in the first round, but he's a big physical guy.
Mm-hmm.
What are some other guys like that, or Nick Scourton, that you think could slide up into the first round that we are not expecting?
That are not currently in either of our mock drafts
It
anyway.
can be in yours that
Man,
other people
because
don't have. I know you got Tyleek Williams out of Ohio State is one
yeah, hmm
that's really
yeah, I have
interesting.
him going to the Eagles. Yeah, I like that pick because the Eagles, I think they breed defensive linemen. It seems like, and they have a tremendous defensive coordinator in Vic Fangio as well. He really does do a great job getting the most out of the trench players on that defense. The Eagles, that's you take a look at what they did last year, winning the Super Bowl and everything. They did that largely because they dominated on the trenches on both sides of the ball, both offensive line and defensive line. And they lost a few guys in the offseason through free agency and trades and things like that. And I think a glaring hole is right where Milton Williams was. So you replace one Williams for another. Tyleek Williams out of Ohio State, I think, is a good prospect there for sure.
And he's one that has been definitely not in a lot of first round mocks. He's someone that was up there early on in the process, but has kind of lost a little bit of steam as time goes on. Of course, still waiting for Cam Ward, or as I say that, now the pick is officially in. The pick is in. Cam
Yeah.
Ward goes number 1
Yeah.
overall to the Titans. Now, the Titans have made a
Mhm.
lot of interesting moves over the last couple weeks. This one, again, we all knew that this was going to happen. Cam Ward, the selection out of Miami. We talked about this fit a little bit already, but they bring in Tyler
Mhm.
Lockett, which I think is really interesting. You pair him, Calvin
Yeah.
Ridley, Tyler Lockett. This is going to be a team that could be really good this year. What is an outlook now with a new quarterback at the helm in Tennessee?
Well, I think the one thing that you also have to think about when talking about the Titans is the division that they play in. It's pretty wide open. I mean, you could say that the Texans are the best team in that division and everything, but even last year, you saw there were some holes in that team. They weren't necessarily a tremendous team last year. They just happened to be the team that was on top of the AFC South at the end of the year. But every year, that division is just not great. So there could be an opportunity for Tennessee to actually be better than what most people, including myself, might think they might be. But again, I still am not 100% sold on the Titans as a whole. I still don't like the fact that they got rid of Mike Vrabel a couple of years ago. I still don't agree with that. And I think he's a better coach than Brian Callahan is, but that's a whole other story we could talk about. But yeah, I mean, I think the Titans have the potential to be the second best team in that division. Whether or not that translates into a wild card spot, I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, it could improve their team for sure. And then getting Tyler Lockett, to be quite honest with you, I was not even aware of that until you said that that they signed him. I completely missed that, I guess. But that's a good addition for that wide receiver room, along with Calvin Ridley.
Real quick for
So,
you, Matt. I will let
there's
you get back to your
sure,
point in a second, but we have a
yeah.
breaking piece of news as a trade has taken place. Now on the clock, a trade between the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars
Oh, they're
on the
taking
clock
Genty.
at number
They're
2.
taking Ashton Genty.
This is a little shocking
I
to me.
think,
I'm not going to lie to you. First of all,
yeah.
yes, This is most likely a trade up for Ashton Genty,
Mhm.
but this is not the
Or
spot that I
Travis
expected
Hunter,
it to be. Talk to me about this trade.
possibly. Yeah, it's not surprising in terms of just the trade itself, but um, when you look at what they might do with it, I could I can almost see Travis Hunter as well with this pick. But I feel like they're doing this for a reason, and they want to jump. I mean, they were already ahead of the Raiders, who were the most likely team, but I think they were maybe a little nervous that the Patriots might take Ashton Genty, so they wanted to get ahead of them. That could be my only thinking as far as if they're going to pick Ashton Genty with this pick. But if not, then it's got to be Travis Hunter. I think it's got to be either Ashton Genty or Travis Hunter. I don't think there's any difference in that. It's got to be either of those two guys, in my opinion.
Yeah, this one is really interesting to me because, like you said, they probably could have gotten Ashton Genty at 5 if they wanted him. They move from 2 to the Browns. They move from 2 to 5. They get a second round pick, the 36th overall pick, so another one of those early first round picks. Second round picks. Potentially, they get a quarterback there. Maybe they get a fourth. They
Or
get
Sanders.
potentially. We get that.
Yeah.
36, we get the 126th overall pick and a future first round pick for next year. So that is quite the haul. You get 2 firsts, a second, and a fourth in exchange for the number 2 overall pick, the 4th round this year, and a 6th round this year. It's going to be really, really interesting what the Browns do.
Mhm.
But yeah, this one, I
Yeah.
think you bring up an interesting point. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't think make this trade for Ashton Genty. This feels like Travis Hunter to Jacksonville, which I love,
Yeah.
by the way. That pick is
Yeah, I do too.
awesome. They need a corner.
Yeah, I like that.
They need a wide
Mhm.
receiver. This fills both of those boxes. I absolutely love this pick. What do you why do you think the Browns did this? They weren't sold on Travis Hunter. Definitely, maybe they want a Shitter Sanders at 5 now. He'll be there. That
Oh,
get a future first though. What do you think?
that's
What do you think's happening?
yeah, that's I don't think it's Shador Sanders at 5 for the Browns. I really don't. I think the reason that they did this is because they want to get a quarterback in the second round. By getting the 36th pick, that puts them in position to possibly get one of those guys, especially if if Shador Sanders falls all the way to the second round, which is a possibility. He could absolutely fall that far, because I don't think the Steelers are taking him if he falls past the Saints, of course. But maybe Jackson Dart at 36, possibly too. But again, I don't think that it's Shador Sanders at 5. I think that's way too high, and I don't think they make a trade in that regard to get Shador Sanders. I just don't. I think that they did that to get a quarterback in the second round, and if it's Shador Sanders, great. But if not, maybe it's somebody else.
Yeah, this is a massive trade. It sets up, as the insiders are saying,
Yeah.
the ability for them to have options, flexibility. They don't have to draft a quarterback this year if they don't like any of the crops. They'll get the Jags next year first round pick out of this. I love the idea of trading down here. It kind of hurts because I think
Yeah.
Travis Hunter is a prospect that's really tough to pass up on. But if you hit at 5 here
Mhm.
and get a quarterback of the future, I don't know. I don't think I would have done this. I'm not going to lie to you. I think you just have to take Travis Hunter here.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say about this more just looking at what the Browns and Jags both received with this pick, I I don't know if I'm the Jags. I don't know if moving up 3 spots is worth essentially 2 first round picks that you're giving up. I just don't. I mean, that you're already in the top 5 of the draft as it is. Moving up just a couple of spots and giving a second and a fourth and a first round next year, I think they gave up entirely too much in this trade, personally. But that's the only kind of critique that I have about that. I like the fact that they moved up, but I don't think they needed to give essentially 2 first round picks, because they're, swapping picks with the Browns this year in the first round. And then, of course, they give them an additional first round pick next year. So, yeah, I mean, that could set up very nicely for the Browns for sure. I think the Browns probably are the winner of this trade at the moment. But if the Jags end up getting Travis Hunter and he turns into a great player like many people are expecting him to be, then maybe you could say the Jags won this trade. But I just feel like they gave up a lot to move up just a couple of spots.
Just like that, the pick is in. The Jacksonville Jaguars, with the second overall pick in the NFL draft, have selected Travis Hunter, cornerback / wide receiver out of Colorado. This is pandemonium already. Eric in the chat here is talking a little bit about what the Browns might look like, saying they don't have a quarterback for the future. Why would the Browns do this? It is head-scratching move here, but what do you think of the fit with Liam Cohen now having Travis Hunter as well as BTJ and having him on the defensive side of the ball? What's going on with the Jags at pick 2 with Travis Hunter?
Well, I grew up in Jacksonville, so I have a soft spot in my heart for the Jags. Have many friends that still in Jacksonville that are all Jaguars fans, so I like to see them do well. And I like this pick is if you're just take away the trade stuff, just focus on just strictly the pick itself. And I like the pick. I like Travis Hunter, and I think he's going to fit in very, very well in Jacksonville. I think just personality wise, he's a great fit down there. And, Trevor Lawrence, he needs more help, because I still think he has the potential to be a very good quarterback in this league. But he's kind of had a rough start to his career with that whole Urban Meyer season that was just kind of a wash. And then he was injured a lot last year. And then the year after Urban Meyer, he was decent, but ended up throwing like 4 or 5 interceptions in that comeback win in the playoffs against the Chargers. So he's been kind of inconsistent. And I think getting Travis Hunter not only helps their defense, but I think helps that offense as well, adding some more different packages in. Because with Travis Hunter, I don't think he's going to be the guy that's going to be getting, a whole bunch of snaps on both offense and defense. I think you pick him primarily in one spot and then use him in packages like on offense and things like that. Because the way you got to understand is college football is different from the NFL. And there's a lot more games played in the NFL. And players tend to hit a rookie wall when they're just playing one position. And Travis Hunter is going to be playing 2 positions. So you can't be in the offensive and defensive meetings at the same time. You can't.
I don't know about that. I think there are special athletes. I'm telling you, man, there are special athletes out there, and Travis Hunter is one of them. I'm not saying that he can do full-time corner and full-time wide receiver. He's got to choose one to more focus on, and we've seen in the past corners have some wide receiver action, but he seems like a guy that would be wide receiver first. He, in my opinion, is the number 1 wide receiver and the number 1 corner in this draft. That is an incredibly special ability to have at such a young age. He also said that he wouldn't play football if he didn't go both ways. You don't think they at least are going to give this a shot?
Well, sure, they'll give it a shot. I'm just talking about in the long run. Eventually, he's going to probably have to settle into one particular position. If I'm just talking about NFL coaches, the way they think and everything like that, it's a lot of, it's a lot of action, a lot of game action that he's going to be doing every single week. If you're trying to have him do the same amount of snaps on both offense and defense, that wears guys down. And maybe it won't be as prevalent early on in the season, but if the Jags actually have a successful year and they start playing a little bit later in the season in meaningful games, then possibly he hits a rookie wall. I mean, he might not. He could completely prove me wrong. And I'm not trying to dunk on Travis Hunter here. He's a tremendous player. You don't get picked number 2 overall and win the Heisman Trophy if you're trash, so he's definitely an outstanding player and a great asset. And I love the pick. I really do. It's just I question not really his ability, but I question how teams are going to use him. That's really the biggest concern that I have with Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and how teams are going to use him is the big question with Travis Hunter. He was announced by the Jaguars as a wide receiver and a cornerback. The order does kind of matter here. Where do you think he plays in Duval? Does he play wide receiver first, corner first? Obviously, he's going to do both at some point. But as the Giants are on the clock here, What do you think the Travis Hunter experiment looks like? Where does he primarily play?
I think he would probably primarily play offense simply because it's an offensive minded head coach that they have now with Liam Cohen. And I think he wants to do a number of different things with Travis Hunter. So I think he primarily probably plays offense and then comes in on certain packages on defense as well. But I'm right there with you in terms of, best running or best wide receiver, best corner. I think he is both of those in this draft. It's just how often is he going to be utilized one way or another? That's going to really kind of be the determining factor as to whether or not he is a great receiver or a great corner. So,
Yeah. And I think he has the
yeah.
ability to do both in this league at a very high level. Maybe not forever, but at least in the beginning, it's worth a
Mhm.
shot. And you wouldn't trade up and draft him if not. The Giants are on the clock here at
Right.
3. Obviously, near and dear to my heart are these New York
Mhm.
Giants.
Yeah.
Matt, who are they
Yeah.
taking? Tell me what I want to hear.
What you want to hear is they're taking the second coming of Eli Manning, and you're going to win a Super Bowl this year, right?
Thank you. This is exactly what I
But
wanted to hear.
no. Yeah, no. The Giants, I think they're taking Abdul Carter here. I don't think this trade changes anything. I still had Travis Hunter going number 2 overall anyway. I just had them going to the Browns instead of the Jags. But I think the Giants take Abdul Carter here. I think it's pretty much a no-brainer.
Right. You talk about best
But
available.
you're the Giants fan. You're the Giants fan. So I'll leave the analysis to you, Mr. Giants fan. So
You talk about best available, Matt, and you've got to do it here. As the pick is in, it is Abdul Carter, edge defender
yeah,
out of
not
Penn
surprising.
State, best available defender. He goes number 3
Mhm.
overall to the New York Giants. This one was pretty telegraphed by both sides. It feels like the most obvious pick right now, but sometimes the most obvious things aren't the easiest things to do. And we've
Mhm.
seen GMs mess up stuff like this all the time, trade out of the
Yeah.
position like we just saw to draft a generational player. This is going to form one of the most dangerous uh, front fours in all of football. You pair him up with the
Yeah.
best defensive tackle in the league in Dexter Lawrence. You pair him up with some of the best pass rushers in the league in Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau to a lesser extent, but still, you have a very dangerous front four there. That's not going to be something any team wants to mess with right now. The Giants select Abdul Carter out of Penn State. Their defense is going to be so good. And
Mhm.
I don't think this is a team that's necessarily going to go win a playoff game. But if they get quarterback play right,
Mhm.
Matt, how crazy am I for thinking this
I
team
don't
can
think
make
I
the
don't think you're that
playoffs?
I don't think you're that crazy, to be honest with you, man, because I saw firsthand what Russell Wilson is still capable of last year. And though he did fade a little bit towards the end of the year, it wasn't all on him. There were a lot of other factors as to why the team as a whole struggled. So I think you're going to have better quarterback play regardless this year. And of course, that pick with Abdul Carter, and like you said, that kind of makes that defense like scary in the front seven, with Dexter Lawrence and Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns, and then of course now Abdul Carter. It makes them an absolute beast on the defensive line. If they can get some things right on offense, if Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson, the one thing about Russell Wilson that is going to really help this offense is how great that your young receiver that you guys have, Malik Neighbors. I think he's going to greatly benefit from having Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson, one thing that he still can do very, very well is throw those deep balls, those moon balls, you know. So I think that's going to be a big factor of their offense, and adding on that defense being that much better now by getting Abdul Carter. I think it's not crazy. The only thing that I could say is that the division that the Giants are in is going to be tougher this year. I mean, it was tough last year, of course, with the Commanders coming out of nowhere, and then, of course, the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. But the Cowboys, I think, will be better than they were last year. Maybe not winning the division better or anything like that, but I do think that they will be better next year. That's the only question, is how will they compete in the NFC East? I think they could potentially split with the Cowboys and with the Commanders. The Eagles are another story, though. because they're a different beast in my opinion.
Yeah,
But it's not
no,
out of the realm of possibility that they can make a wild card.
they absolutely are. And I'm not saying this is a Giants team that will do that. But I think if in a
Mhm.
perfect world is how I'll put it, everyone plays to the best of their abilities. This is a
Mhm.
much better Giants team than I think people are giving them credit for. On the clock right now, the New England Patriots. A lot of people saying this is when the draft really starts. It's been chalk up to now. Of course, we talked about it. The top 3 prospects, there's a bit of a gap between the top 3 picks, I should say, and everybody else. Chaos can ensue right now with the Patriots on the clock. What direction do the Pats go in here, Matt?
I have them mocked to go Will Campbell with that pick, but I could absolutely see them going with a more sexy pick, if that's what you want to say, getting a playmaker or something like that, maybe getting Ashton Genty. It would not surprise me if a Mike Vrabel led team wants to build through the trenches and through running the ball first. So what better way to do that than to draft the best running back in the class, and the best running back in a draft class, probably like you said, since Saquon Barkley. So I could see the Patriots going Genty here. I really could, but I did have them mocked Will Campbell offensive line. But I think those are your two options for the Patriots, in my opinion. It's either offensive lineman in some vein, whether that's Will Campbell or somebody else, or they go ahead and they, make a big splash and get Ashton Genty.
Yeah, obviously they still have Ramondre Stevenson, but he's been a little bit of a
Yeah.
letdown over the last couple years. A guy that a lot
Mhm.
of people are really high on. I am not the biggest fan of of everything that he does, but this is a Patriots team that needs a lot. I'm on the same page where I think they go offensive line. The best offensive lineman in this class overall, when you talk about health, I think is going to be Will Campbell. I'm a little partial, if I'm being completely honest, to Josh Simmons. He won't go here, but I do think offensive lineman is, again, the chalk pick, but it's the one that makes the most sense. They did a good job in the offseason in free agency getting a couple linebackers and shoring up that defense, which desperately needed some big names both in the secondary and on the front four. As I'm saying this, it looks like the pick is in. The pick, Matt, the New England Patriots select at the 4th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft Will Campbell, offensive tackle, LSU. So everything
Wow.
seemingly has gone chalk so far. He of course has a
I
couple
did
of
want to.
he of course has a couple of
I'm
concerns.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just happened to see this on my screen here. Diana Rossini is reporting that the Browns are taking phone calls for moving away from the number 5 overall pick.
Hey,
So
look,
I just wanted to
it looks
mention
like
that.
their
Sorry, I didn't
guy
mean to interrupt.
looks like their guy isn't gone yet, right? This is something that we could see. This was definitely a valid strategy in this year's drafts, where again, if your guy isn't still there, maybe trade back a couple spots, trade back with the Bears at 10. Let the Bears get the guy that they
Yeah.
want here. Trade back with the Jets. Let the Jets get the guy they want. Just keep moving back incrementally. You obviously don't want to move back too far, but I could see the Browns
Mhm.
doing that. Talk to me a little bit about Will Campbell. Will Campbell, of course, a little bit of that short arm situation. Not that big a deal in
Yeah.
my mind because he dominated in the SEC. But is that a concern for you? What's going on with Will Campbell right now?
Yeah, I mean, that was the one thing I was actually going to bring up. Now that you said that, is the only real knock that I've heard about Will Campbell is the short arms. But like, I'm kind of in the same mindset as you. He was able to handle SEC defensive fronts, so I think he'll be just fine at the pro level. And in that system, Mike Vrabel, I think he's a very, very good head coach. And they brought in Josh McDaniels again to coach that offense as well. I think that he's going to be just fine. I think it's a good fit for New England. This short arms thing, like I feel like so many draft analysts, they get so hung up on arm length or hand length and things like that when they're doing draft scouting. It's the way I see it. Can you perform on the field when it matters most? That's what matters. That's the only thing that should matter. It shouldn't be like, oh well, his hands were a couple centimeters too small, so we can't take him now. and then he ends up going to be a Hall of Famer or something like that. It's kind of dumb, but that's part of the whole draft prospect and scouting and all that. They look at all these little dumb things and all that, but I think Campbell is going to be just fine. I think he's a very, very good tackle, and he's going to be good for the Patriots, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. You need a rock at offensive line. I think it's the most important position in football, outside of quarterback, really. You can't have any kind of success without the trenches being built, and you need the trenches offensively. Now is where the draft gets literally insane, right? There's no
Yeah,
consensus.
wide open.
There is no consensus here at number 5, Matt. Not a single piece of consensus, especially with the trade. Cleveland is back on the clock here. Now, in our mocks, we both had them taking Travis Hunter. Now,
hmm
is Ashton Genty in play for the Cleveland
I
Browns here, especially
I think he
after
has to
letting
be.
Nick Chubb walk?
Yeah, I think he has to be. I absolutely do. It would be a great pickup for the Browns. You saw how good Nick Chubb was, and I honestly, I'm a Steeler fan. I hate the Browns, but I felt really bad for Nick Chubb, man. When especially that last knee injury that he had happened to be against Pittsburgh. He was always a very, very good running back, and I always hated going against him because he was such a good running back. And it's just kind of a shame that his career is essentially kind of over now, because of his knee injuries and things like that. But I think Ashton Genty is absolutely in play. But at the same time, the Browns are fielding calls to try and move out of that spot. So are you trying to field calls to move out of that spot if you're planning on taking Ashton Genty with that pick? I don't think so. So,
And the other thing with them, right? The other thing with the Browns is they have a lot of needs, right? They can go out here and take best available, or they can trade. And there's a good amount of teams that I think would love the chance to jump the Raiders here and get
mhm.
Ashton Genty. Again, the Bears are a possible team here if we're looking for a trade. This, I think, would be the time for the Bears to step in. I just I can't see Cleveland trading back again. It feels a little too risky. You
Yeah.
have looks like
Yeah, I mean,
they've officially
sorry,
announced
go
Will
ahead.
Campbell. So we're a little bit ahead here.
Mhm.
But you have to take best available here. And I think that's the plan. I can't
Mhm.
see them trading a second time.
Do you think they go corner here, or do you think it's going to be more of like a defensive line or maybe a wide receiver possibly if
So
they stay at number 5?
the best player on my board right now is going to be, I think you have the second best defender on the board, talking about Mason Graham. You have the best offensive player, or the second best offensive player on the board in Ashton Genty. You couldn't go wrong with either of those two. I would be shocked if they went any other direction. Um, yeah, they're on the clock right now, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah.
But I can't really see them going outside of either Ashton Genty or Jalen or Mason Graham here. What are your thoughts on
Yeah.
that?
I think it's going to be Mason Graham. I really do. Just from watching this draft coverage that I've got going on here, I think it is going to be Mason Graham, based on what I'm looking at here. But I could see. I think picking Ashton Genty would be a great pickup for the Browns, though, and would really probably hurt the Raiders if they did that. And if you're talking about trading back, the Bears could be an option to trade up. What do you think about? I mean, it's probably not going to happen at this point. Actually, the pick just came in. It's Mason Graham.
There it is. The
Yep,
pick
round one, number 5. It's Mason
is
Graham.
in. Fifth overall pick in the
Yep.
draft. The Browns select Mason Graham out of Michigan. You pair up who arguably is the best defensive player in this draft, an absolute animal of a defensive lineman in Mason Graham, and you pair him up with the best defensive player in the NFL in Myles Garrett. That's a very dangerous
We
offensive defensive line.
we differ in opinion on that. We differ in opinion on that little last part of what you said there, but I'll let you go.
It's very dangerous, right? But yes, I
Mhm.
understand. Steelers fan here not wanting to give Myles Garrett all of the credit that he deserves as the best defensive player in football right now. But
I don't believe
You
he
can't
is.
deny that this is a dangerous duo that Cleveland has put together now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, as much as I hate the Browns, and I do because I'm a Steeler fan, it's in my blood. I'm supposed to. So, but the Browns, I have all even before this pick, I have thought that the Browns had a very good defense, and I don't think that they're going to be as terrible as some people think that they are, because that defense is so good. And then adding Mason Graham to an already very good Jim Schwartz led defense, I think is, you pair him with Myles Garrett. And yes, I have my own personal feelings about Myles Garrett, but I'm not above admitting that he is a tremendous, tremendous player and probably surefire Hall of Famer by the end of his career. But I still, I have my own personal feelings. I can't put Myles Garrett as the best defensive player in the league. It just goes against everything I believe in. So, yeah.
For sure. But talk about that fit a little bit in Cleveland for me.
I think it's a very good fit. Mason Graham. I had him originally going to the Jags. Obviously, they had the pick swap there, so the top 5 picks have not changed. In our mock draft, so it's just different teams. But I think it's a very good fit for the Browns. They needed to get some extra players on defense. They were talking that they were possibly going to get Abdul Carter. I know that was a conversation along with Travis Hunter as well, but yeah, I think it's a very good fit. Michigan guy, that defensive line of Michigan, like we mentioned before, is, beastly coming out of this draft. So Mason Graham, second best defensive player, arguably the best defensive player in this draft.
I think there is a real argument for that.
For sure.
I think there is a real argument for that.
You absolutely can make that argument.
Yeah, as good as Abdul Carter is, he just is new to the position. He's got a little more versatility. I think you want the highest floor, you give that to Mason Graham. The highest ceiling, I don't know if he really has that. But the highest floor, I think if you want to be safest, that is the pick right there for sure. The Raiders on the clock right now. This pick seems obvious. Ashton Jeanty.
I'd be shocked.
Seems like
be shocked if it wasn't Jeanty. Yeah. Unless they want to trade out of it too.
Of course, have that possibility. Trades are always possible, but it seems, and I'm gonna forgive me for speculating. It seems like Pete Carroll and this Raiders team have fallen in love with Ashton Jeanty. He loves having that back in his system. He loves having it. It fills a need they have right now. They're trotting out a combination of Sincere McCormick and Alexander Madison. Not really the greatest combo of running backs there, although we do love Sincere McCormick a little bit. But what are your thoughts on the Raiders picking here?
Yeah, it's got to be Ashton Jeanty. I can't imagine it's going to be anyone else. Like you mentioned before, Sincere McCormick and Alexander Madison are their only 2 running backs. Alexander Madison led their team last year with just over 400 yards rushing. You can't lead your team with 400 yards rushing and expect to be successful in the NFL, even if it is a passing league like, it has grown into over the past few years. But they need a running back in the worst way. Ever since they lost Josh Jacobs to the Packers a couple of years ago, they need to fill that hole. And I think who better to do it than a generational talent like Ashton Jeanty? He's been compared to LaDainian Tomlinson, which is high praise because he's a Hall of Famer. So, and he was just a few yards short of Barry Sanders' single-season rushing record last year at Boise State. He was I think it was like 28 yards short of breaking the record, something like that. So he was, tremendous. And Travis Hunter. But Travis Hunter is just kind of those once-in-a-generation kind of players that came along. So that's just kind of how it goes. But, yeah, Ashton Jeanty's got to be the pick here for the Raiders. I don't think there's any other option at this point. It's got to be him.
Yeah, no, it has to be him. This one I don't expect will take too long. It looks like being reported by the insiders already, the Las Vegas Raiders have selected Ashton Jeanty. This is going to be a really good fit. We kind of talked a lot about it already, but this fit, getting a running back who I have seen compared to Marshawn Lynch, beast mode, same coach. It's going to be really fun to watch. What is the ceiling of this Raiders team? They obviously bring in Geno Smith, who in my mind is top 10 borderline quarterback, somewhere between that 9 to 12 or 13 range of quarterbacks. Uh, you bring in now a super highly regarded running back, shore up the offensive line just a little bit, couple moves. This team's going to be really good. Do you think they have a chance of winning the division? Do you think they have a chance of making the playoffs? What do you think's happening in Las Vegas this year?
I like what the Raiders are doing. I still don't think that they're there to like win the division or anything, but I have them as a fringe playoff team, possible wild card team this coming season. That division is going to be ridiculous this year. So it's going to be sort of like how maybe not to the extent of the NFC South or NFC North last year, but it's going to be right in that same kind of vein. Because I think the Chargers have gotten better. I think the Broncos are a very exciting team, up and coming team, and the Chiefs can be had. You know, they're still the Chiefs, of course, and they're still the top dog in that division until somebody knocks them off their perch. But they can be had. They showed some holes last year, despite the fact. I mean, you say they showed some holes and still won 15 games, pretty crazy. But the fact of the matter is, it's true. I mean, in the Super Bowl alone, the Eagles were able to dominate that offensive line just by rushing four. They didn't even have to blitz, and they just made Patrick Mahomes' life miserable the entire game. So that's the key to beating to the Chiefs is getting pressure on, Patrick Mahomes. And the Raiders have a pretty solid edge rusher by the name of Max Crosby. So I think they add on to that a pretty solid offense now with that new head coach and Pete Carroll. Geno Smith is a better quarterback than Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew. And, getting Ashton Genty is a generational running back. And like you said, shoring up the offensive line a little bit. I think the Raiders are going to be a very interesting team to watch this year, for sure.
Yeah, we talk about worst to first all the time. There's always seems to be one this year. Are the Raiders your team? Is it the Giants? We talked about both of them. I think there could be a couple of candidates. Obviously, last year was the Commanders. Yeah. You're not going to see that kind of jump every single year where they go straight to the NFC Championship game, but still something to keep an eye on. Don't sleep on this Raiders team. On the clock now, we have the New York Jets. The New York Jets with pick number 7 on the clock.
Very interested to see what they do with this one.
Right, as we were talking a little bit about it when we were previewing the draft. This kind of is the one piece of straw that is keeping this draft together from devolving into complete chaos. They could go any number of directions. The New York Jets really could. Where do you have them going? And let's take a step back here because the top tier prospects are all gone. Who's the best available right now? If you were the Jets, what is best available to you?
If you're looking best available, man, it could be a number of guys. I feel like the Jets can go a number of directions other than maybe quarterback. I think is the only position that they definitely will not go with this 7th pick. But I have them taking Tyler Warren, the tight end. I think that's kind of a safe bet. I don't think it's blowing anybody's socks off or anything. It could almost be listed as boring, but I think it's a solid piece for the Jets if they were to get him. We talked about it a little bit, how Tyler Warren has the ability to do those gadget plays. And if you put him in some sort of situation when you line him in the backfield with Justin Fields, that's a matchup that's going to be very hard to stop and very interesting to watch too. If they find a way to throw him into the backfield, because he can do a number of different things. I mean, obviously he's primarily a tight end, not much of a blocking tight end, more of a receiving tight end, but he can do a lot of other different things. So I'm excited to see what they might have because I am rooting for Justin Fields. He's a guy that I wish the Steelers would have kept. He's the guy that I wanted to be the quarterback this year for the Steelers, so I am rooting for him, and I hope he does well, and I think getting Tyler Warren would go a long way into achieving that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Tyler Warren's an interesting one. There's a lot of different places they could go. I personally think this pick, they're going to go with Armand Membu, the big offensive tackle out of Missouri. That is someone that they need offensive line. pretty badly. They brought in
Hmm.
Olu Fashanu to be the left
Hmm.
tackle. You get right tackle after Morgan Moses signs with the Patriots and your other tackle retires. Tyron Smith retires. They needed
Right.
more help there. Uh, I think they go offensive line, but if they don't, they could take a corner. They could take cornerback
Hmm.
Will Johnson out of Michigan. He's got some top 10 buzz to him. They could go with a wide
Jade
receiver.
Barron.
Jade Barron, who is my
Jade Barron.
he's
Yeah.
CB1 for me, or CB2, I guess,
Hmm.
behind Travis Hunter, who kind of puts my rankings all into whack anyway. But
Hmm.
he's someone that I really do love. Talking about other positions he could go to, maybe we see them grab us the best defensive lineman left in this draft. There's a really deep class for that. What is your
Hmm.
chaos pick for the Jets right now?
Oof, chaos pick. They chaos pick. Shador Sanders,
Shador
maybe.
Sanders could look.
They
I've seen people
throw
say that they
everybody
need a
off here.
quarterback. I've seen it. I
Yeah.
would be shocked if they did. That would be quite the chaotic pick there. Speaking of Shador
Hmm.
Sanders, he's cleared the first obstacle for him, right? He cleared the top three, which he basically wasn't going to. It seemed like that was all but confirmed, but he cleared the Browns, which were a team that I thought
Yep.
maybe since they traded back would be interested in taking him. Does anything in this draft make you think it's changing from the Saints at 9, or do you still think he goes to the Saints there?
Yeah, I mean, I could honestly see Sanders falling past 9, because mainly the more and more I think about it, the Saints, they have a pretty high grade on Jackson Dart, and I'm not thinking that they're going to go Jackson Dart with the ninth pick. But I'm thinking maybe they go second round Jackson Dart. So I think the whole reason that the Browns got that fit or got that second round pick, that pick number 36, I think it was, is to go get Shador Sanders. And I think that he could absolutely fall to them because if he clears the Saints, I don't think he's getting taken in the first round.
Yeah. As we're talking, pick is in for the New York Jets. They are selecting offensive lineman Armand Membu out of
You
Missouri.
got it right.
He is huge. He is a big man. We're even now. We're both 6 for 7.
Yeah.
So uh,
Yep.
we'll keep track of that for you
Yeah.
as the time goes. But obviously, things will change as more and more picks get split up down the road. Talk to me about Armand Membu, a big guy. He was fourth in the 225 repping out at the combine. That's where he really started to rise. He was a late first round pick after seeing his agility, his ability to move around the field, and his strength. He reached the top 10. Now he goes 7. I know you had him a lot later on in your mock.
Mhm.
Talk to me about this. Talk to me about Armu Membu.
Yeah, I think this is a good pickup for the Jets. I know I had Tyler Warren there, and I still think that would have been a good pick had they, went that way. But I totally get why they would want to try and shore up that offensive line. And Armand Membo is, a very, very good offensive lineman. Seeing him at Missouri, of course, his strength and his, like you said, his agility, he's just an incredibly athletic offensive lineman. One of the more athletic offensive linemen that are available in this year's draft. So it doesn't surprise me that he goes top 10. He's that kind of talent. I know I had him listed a little bit lower, but that's kind of just based on other teams' needs as far as why I did that. But he's definitely worth a top 10 pick and, seventh in this case. So I like the pick overall. I think it's a good fit.
Yeah, looking at the overall board right now, we've seen Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, these top 5 prospects, Ashton Genty, Armand Membu go. On your big board, what are you looking at as some of these top players remaining? I know I'm still looking at a guy like Ted McMillan who's sitting in my top of the board. A guy like Will Johnson out of Michigan at corner. These kind of guys sitting at the top of my board. Who's again best available for you right now?
Well, I don't know if you would necessarily call him best available, but I like Matthew Golden out of Texas, the fastest receiver from the combine. Makes a lot of big plays. Did so last year with Texas under Quinn Ewers, and then occasionally with Arch Manning when he got some spot duty. But I have the Panthers taking him here. I just think that the Panthers definitely need some help on the receiver room. They did re-sign Adam Thielen. I get all of that, but Adam Thielen is a veteran receiver. He's not going to be your franchise wide receiver one for the foreseeable future. So I like Matthew Golden. I do also like Will Johnson as well. Kenneth Grant is still out there. Jihad Campbell is another guy that I had going towards the middle of the first round as well. Colston Loveland is a guy that could end up going even before Tyler Warren, just because he's a more all round type of tight end, whereas Tyler Warren is more of a receiving threat slash, wildcat kind of tight end. So there's a number of guys that are still very good that are still out there. So, it could be a number of things really, but I think Panthers go wide receiver here. That's just my personal opinion on this pick anyway.
Yeah, the Panthers are in a very interesting spot. They're another team that really could do anything here because they have their quarterback of what you assume is going to be the future for them, right? They have Bryce Young, who really turned it on down the stretch. Was super impressed by him. He almost beat both representatives for the Super Bowl as well as a lot of other playoff teams. A couple bad calls or just tiny little miscues, dropped passes kind of led them short there. This is a Panthers team that could be really good. I just can't see them going anywhere else but defense. A name that's been connected to them a lot is linebacker Jalen Walker out of Georgia. He's a guy that can play a lot of different spots. He can play on the edge. He can play inside and outside linebacker. This kind of versatility, this positionless football that we've seen with a guy like Micah Parsons down in Dallas. Not that he's getting those same comps, but it's something that's starting to be a little bit more popularized around the sport of football. Of course, to an extreme level with Travis Hunter, but he's an outlier more than anything else. Is this a trend we're going to start to see more? Do you think the Panthers go, obviously you think they go offense, but if they go defense, what kind of spot do you think they go?
If they go defense, I'm kind of right there with you. I like Jalen Walker. I also really like Mike Green out of Marshall. He could be a potential pick at that position as well. Although I do have him going to the Falcons overall, but I could see him going to the Panthers if they go defense. But like I said, just from what I've seen in the offseason, from hearing Dave Canales talk about Bryce Young and everything, they really want to build around him. And I think they're going to take a wide receiver here with this pick to help with that regard, pairing Adam Thielen, the veteran receiver, with a young rookie receiver, talented receiver. He can bring them along and, just grow that offense and make them actually be pretty dynamic overall. I could see Matthew Golden going there. I could see Tet McMillan going there as well. I know you talked about possibly the Broncos taking Tet McMillan at 20 to pair with Cortland Sutton, which I like that pairing as well. It's hard to argue with that. But I just think the Panthers have a greater need than the Broncos at wide receiver right now. So I like offense with this pick. And, defensively, I'm right there with you, though. I think Jalen Walker would be a solid pickup as well.
Yeah, they could go in a lot of different ways. The pick is in, though. At pick number 8 in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers have selected wide receiver Tet McMillan out of Arizona. Tet McMillan is huge. He is a massive wide receiver. He's gotten comps everywhere from a good Quentin Johnston, just a tall receiver, all the way to Megatron is stuff that I've seen. You take a look at his measurables. He's 6'5", 212 at 22 years old. He was the best player available in my mind. I didn't think they'd go offense. He's going to be a wide receiver 1 over there, which he's the one guy I think in this draft class that could be a wide receiver 1. 1,300 yards in back-to-back seasons. Talk to me about Tet McMillan. How is he going to affect this Panthers offense?
Oh, I mean, he's going to be fantastic. Another guy he kind of puts me in the mind of is DK Metcalf too, just with his size and everything as well. But I mean, I didn't get the player right, but I at least got the position right. So, I thought that they might go wide receiver here just because of all the things that I just talked about. they're wanting to build around Bryce Young and make him a better quarterback overall. And what better way to do that than to get some big time weapons for him, both physically, and, metaphorically or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, so Ted McMillan is a really, really solid receiver, biggest receiver in the draft, really, massive guy, can go up and get the ball, those contested catches. He was very good at Arizona. I originally, when I first did my very, very first mock draft in this whole process here, I actually had him going to the Patriots. And that, of course, was before they signed Stephon Diggs and everything like that. So I like Ted McMillan here. It's not surprising to me that he goes this high.
Yeah, no, he's a guy that I would have been shocked if he fell out of the top 10. I saw him mocked to the Cowboys a whole bunch at 12. I saw him, like in your mock, you had him all the way down in the 20s going to the Broncos.
Yeah.
There were a couple mocks like that. I don't think that was ever going to happen. But the Panthers now select Ted McMillan, wide receiver 1 of the future. We're a quarter of the way through the draft here. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, maybe we'll be back in like 3 minutes or so to go over picks, the next quarter of picks, picks 9 to 16. Make sure you stick around for that. We'll be right back here on GSMC's Down by Contact Sports Podcast.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me
Out having to pay for it? GSMC Sports Network is available on YouTube. Just search GSMC Sports Network. Get your fix of daily sports talk shows on YouTube, absolutely free. NFL, college football, NBA, MLB, MMA, UFC, fantasy football, and so much more. GSMC Sports Network has shows running all day long, with new sports shows starting every 2 hours. Just like on your favorite cable sports channel, except GSMC Sports Network is absolutely free. Just search GSMC Sports Network on YouTube to catch one of your new favorite shows, like the GSMC College Football Podcast, Chip Shot Football Podcast, Hoops and Heels Women's Sports Podcast, GSMC
Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us through that break. Over the break, it is now on. We're now time on the clock for the New Orleans Saints. The New Orleans Saints here with pick number 9 in this draft. This is the spot that you have Shedeur Sanders going, Matt. What are
Yep.
the Saints doing? Has anything changed at number 9?
For me, no. I still believe they're taking Shedeur Sanders here with the 9th pick. I think they have that hole at quarterback with the Derek Carr injury, and I just like Sanders here. And if he doesn't go here, I honestly don't think he goes in the first round at all. I really don't. I know you have a mock to the Steelers, but I don't see that happening. I don't think the Steelers take a quarterback in the first round. I think they're more likely to trade back than they are to take a quarterback in the first round. So Sanders here or day 2. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. Obviously, the big thing with the Saints is what are they going to do at quarterback? Derek Carr potentially down for the season. Are you going to run it back with Spencer Rattler? That didn't look like it was going too well at the end of last season.
Yeah.
So the Saints on the clock here, my official prediction is going to be Shedeur Sanders. I think that's where they go as well with the way that this draft has gone. Now that I think the top tier of prospects are gone, take a quarterback, start over. Maybe we see Jackson Dart here. I have heard of a little bit connection between them. They just need something to start over, new coaching regime. We will find a way when they come in. There we go. Pick is in. Perfect timing, actually.
Pick is in.
The pick is in. With the 9th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle / guard out of the University of Texas. This one is shocking. He's not a guy I had earmarked as a top 10 pick. This one, I don't love. I'm not going to lie to you. I think they could have gone in a lot of different directions. You could have taken a guy like a Jalen Walker that I think is up there, or Will Johnson at corner, who I think is a better overall player than Kelvin Banks Jr. These are really interesting picks. What do you think about this, and how does this affect where Shedeur Sanders is going to slide?
Well, it kind of goes back to what I just said. Now that he is not going to the Saints, I think he falls out of the first round. I'm looking down this list of teams that are coming after the Saints here, and I just don't see a super quarterback needy team. I mean, you could make the argument of the Steelers and all that, but I've, said a number of times already, I don't think that's the direction that they're going. But yeah, I mean, you got the Bears, they're not taking a quarterback. The Niners, they're not taking one. Cowboys, Dolphins, Colts. I mean, Colts, I guess you could kind of make the argument just because of their quarterback situation isn't great. But even then, I don't think so. I don't think the Falcons take another first-round quarterback this year. That would be insane. So, yeah, I think he falls out of the first round completely. And I'm of the same mindset. I don't really get this pick from the Saints. Not to say that Kelvin Banks isn't a good player or is not going to be a good player. He very well may end up being a very good player, but I just feel like there were just other needs on this team that they could have addressed with a top 10 pick. And, I just don't agree with it, but he could end up being, a tremendous offensive lineman. Who knows? But I don't like the pick. I just don't. Not because it goes against what I picked, not saying I don't like it because it makes me wrong, but it's just, I don't quite understand. Of course. It personally.
The Saints, their biggest need was really everything. They needed some money and they needed a fresh start. Yeah. We talked about building.
Their biggest need was money. That's their biggest need.
That was their biggest need. We talked about building through the trenches a little bit, which I think they're starting to do. That's something you need to have. But I think another reason why they didn't select Shedeur Sanders is because he is going to want to start right away. And they can't have promised him a job until 2 years later when Derek Carr is officially gone. He's got that albatross of a contract now, kind of stuck with it. Not a lot that you can do there. This is going to be really interesting with the rest of the draft. As you say, there isn't really a spot that sticks out to me for where he could go. Bears don't need a quarterback. They have Caleb Williams. The Niners don't need a quarterback, although I could potentially see them taking one in the later rounds as a potential if you
Mhm.
don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy kind of guy.
Right.
The Cowboys, they're not going to take a quarterback as much as they don't like Dak for some reason. They're not taking a quarterback. The
Mhm.
Dolphins have Tua. The Colts have Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. I don't think they're getting another quarterback to add to that room. It's messy enough already. The Falcons just drafted one. They're off the list. Cardinals have Kyler Murray.
Mhm.
That's an interesting one. Not in the first round though, but maybe later. Uh,
Think the Bengals will take a quarterback?
no, absolutely not. The Bengals are not taking a
Yeah, no.
quarterback. Neither are the Seattle
Not when
Seahawks.
you
Although the
Yeah, not when you
Seahawks,
got Joe Burrow.
they still got Joe Burrow, top 4 quarterback in the NFL, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, you just keep going through this list. Seahawks, no, they just signed Sam Darnold. The Bucks have Baker Mayfield. The Broncos have Bo Nix. Then you get to the Steelers, and that's going to be the next
Mhm.
landing spot potential for Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, we don't think that is going to happen here, but as we turn our attention to the Bears, they could
Pick is
also
in.
go in a lot of different spots. We've hit pick 10 in the NFL draft. The Chicago Bears on the clock. I love them
They picked.
taking an offensive tackle here. These are the spots
I
that
I kind
these are.
I'm sorry. I already know who they picked
All right then. Let
because
let, let me talk
the pick
about
is
what I
in.
think then, and we'll
Okay.
get there in a second. Uh, yeah, the pick is in, so I do see that. But still, I like an offensive lineman here. The pick is in for the Bears, though. The Bears are selecting tight end Colston Loveland out of Michigan. That one's interesting. I would have wanted them to finish up their offensive line. That was their biggest issue last year. They've got 4/5 of a great offensive line. There is a lot of other needs. I love Colston Loveland as a prospect. He's my favorite tight end in this class, and him going above Tyler Warren makes me think he might slide a little bit, as teams maybe aren't as in love with him as we think they were. But Colston Loveland to the Bears is not where I would have gone. Colston Loveland. What do you think
Yeah.
about this pick?
Yeah, I agree. Because the Bears, they've still got Cole Kmet, and he's a decent tight end. So yeah, I honestly had Colston Loveland going to the Colts, and I actually even had them potentially trading up to possibly get him, but obviously that didn't happen. But yeah, I feel like they could have went maybe running back or offensive lineman or something here. I mean, he's a good tight end. He's gonna be good for them, and that's a good pairing with him and Kmet. But yeah, I would have went in a different direction probably. But that's why we're armchair GMs and not actual GMs. So.
Absolutely about that. But yeah, Colston Loveland, I think, is going to be a star in the NFL. The Bears have done this twice now. When they drafted Cole Kmet, they had another tight end that they had just gotten. They maybe go out and get their Sam Laporta guy. Obviously, a lot of people are comparing this to how the Lions were built. And they thought maybe go and get a running back here. Omarion Hampton, still not picked by the Bears here at 10. Does he still go in the first round? How far does he fall now?
Yeah, he goes in the first round. And in my opinion, if the Steelers are going to trade up at any point, if Omarion Hampton is there at like 18 or 19, it would not surprise me to see the Steelers try and jump the Broncos and get Omarion Hampton there. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I don't think that he gets out of the first round. He gets picked by somebody. And if he doesn't get picked in these next picks, he's not getting past the Denver Broncos at 20.
Yeah, the Denver Broncos definitely feel like a hot spot there for running backs to go. As far as for you had 4 running backs in the first round. Where is that something that still might happen? Where do you stand with that right now?
I think that kind of changes things a little bit. I would now probably bet on Omarion Hampton possibly going to the Cowboys now. With the 12th pick, assuming they don't trade out of it either. But yeah, I had 4 running backs in the first round. I kind of think that maybe it's going to be 2 or 3, now. probably more than likely 2 running backs taken instead of 3. But so it does change my opinion a little bit on that. They're not flying off the board like I expected them to. But I think a lot of general managers and owners of just teams in general have the same type of mindset that they believe that they can still get a quality running back in the later rounds, in like the second, third round, things like that. So maybe that's why they're not as high on running backs in this particular round, because they feel like they can get other positions of need before they have to go ahead and address running back. So maybe that's the thought process going on with some of these teams. But Amarian Hampton will, I think, be the next running back taken. Whether it's from the Cowboys, I look at the Cowboys and I look at the Broncos as the 2 teams that are most likely to pick him, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Those 2 teams, I think, are the most likely to grab him. Marion Hampton, not necessarily a guy I am the most high on, but the 49ers on the clock here, another team that really could go in any direction. Where do you think the Niners go right now?
Well, I can say what I think, or I can tell you what actually happened,
Yeah.
because I'm a little bit ahead of you, I think. So, yeah, I know who they picked, but it doesn't really. I'll say this: it doesn't stray from what I thought they were going to do in terms of position wise. It's just a different player that I had picked out.
Yeah.
So I had them taking an edge rusher, and that's I don't want to spoil it because you want to do the pick is in thing, but. Yeah, so it's the same position. I'll give you that much, but it's not the same player.
Yeah. The pick is in for the 49ers here. The San Francisco 49ers have selected defensive end Mykel Williams out of Georgia, a big, fast, and kind of elusive guy. What are your thoughts on him? This is a little bit higher than I thought he was going to go. Mykel Williams, a guy that was mocked near the end of first rounds for a lot of people. Mykel Williams goes at number 12 overall to the San Francisco 49ers. Talk to me about him.
Yeah, I had him going 28 to the Lions originally. But yeah, I mean, I had originally the 49ers taking Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss, but this still addresses the same need. And this is, a tremendous player as well. You could swap either Walter Nolan or Mykel Williams, and either one of them would be a good pick, in my opinion. But yeah, it's a good, solid pickup for the 49ers, who really need to kind of rebuild that defense after losing so many pieces in the offseason this year. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a solid pickup. I would have, I had Walter Nolan, but I can't argue with Mykel Williams either, because he's, like you said, big-bodied, athletic kind of pass rusher, very, very good. Very speedy, very explosive. So all the things that you want in an edge rusher, that's what he possesses as far as his abilities. So
6'5", 265 pounds, a guy that finished with 5 sacks last year for the Georgia Bulldogs. You can never really go wrong with picking a Georgia defender. They needed another guy to pair on the outside with Nick Bosa. He needs a partner in crime. He's not the same guy that can just punish you off the end when you're double and triple teaming him nowadays. Getting a guy like Mykel Williams, not really the highest up on my list of edge rushers. If we're talking where he sits on edge rushers, he's sitting there at number 5 for me. He's behind a couple of other guys. So this is a little bit of a reach for me. But I do like him. The difference between 2 and 5 in this year's edge class is not that big. So I don't mind the pick, but there's a couple guys I definitely would have taken at this position ahead of him.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. But I kind of had the same kind of viewpoint on him. I had him like top 5, but probably number 5 as far as edge rushers are concerned. So yeah, I would have picked Walter Nolan ahead of him, just personally. But it's still a solid pickup in my opinion. So I think the 49ers are doing a good job trying to rebuild that defense that way. So
yeah, Dallas Cowboys on the clock now. They are, again, a lot of these teams are really, really up there, up in the air about what their pick might be. The Cowboys like to make the sexy pick. There's a lot of options for them. They can go with that running back, Amarian Hampton. This is a spot where we might see him go. At wide receiver, Matthew Golden out of Texas. We love the Jerry Jones, how we know how he loves his Texas boys down there. That's something for you. That's where I'm leaning. Matthew Golden. to because they desperately need another wide receiver to put next to CeeDee Lamb. What's the pick here, you
Mhm.
think? Is it running back?
I think it's Amari and Hampton, personally. But I could see what you're saying about wide receiver. It wouldn't surprise me if they went Matthew Golden, because you're right, Jerry Jones, he loves his Texas boys. So, Matthew Golden, I think, would be a solid fit alongside CeeDee Lamb, who's already incredibly explosive as it is. So Matthew Golden being the fastest receiver in the draft class, it's another speedy target right there for Dallas if they were able to pick him up. But I just think Omari and Hampton is the smart pick here for the Cowboys because they need a surefire franchise running back, and I think Omari and Hampton could provide that.
How
I hope he
much?
keeps falling because maybe. What's that? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I thought you said something. Sorry.
Keep going, bro.
No, so I had I lost my train of thought a little bit there, but Amari and Hampton I have going to the Cowboys. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, how much has this season we saw kind of the real steep decline of the running back market just 2 years ago. Saquon Barkley goes to a new team. We see Derrick Henry go to a new team. Obviously, this class of running backs is cream of the crop, but how much did the success of relocated running backs last season affect your thoughts on where running backs might go? Because if you remember, Jahmyr Gibbs drafted 12th overall, this same spot just a couple of years ago to the Lions. People were saying how insane of a pick it is. The positional value on a running back at 12 is ridiculous. How much has last season changed people's viewpoints on that? And would this still have been your pick if not for what happened last year?
Well, I think it probably still would have been my pick because it still doesn't take away the fact that the Cowboys do need a running back. And Amari and Hampton, say what you want about the running back position as a whole in the NFL, but he has got everything you want in a running back. He's got the strength, he's got the speed, he's durable, he's very good. So I still would have picked Amari and Hampton here because regardless of the renaissance or lack thereof last year of the running back position, it's still a position of need for the Cowboys, and he still is one of the top running backs in the NFL draft, regardless. So, but I do think it does change other teams' minds at least a little bit in terms of what happened last year with both Barkley and, of course, Derrick Henry. But also, don't forget about Josh Jacobs in Green Bay as well. He had a great year as well.
Yeah.
But yes, so it was a renaissance in the running back position last year, and I do think that some teams are kind of thinking a little differently about that position, given everything that happened between the Giants and the Eagles primarily, and to a lesser extent, Derrick Henry and the Ravens, because the Ravens already were a very good running football team before Derrick Henry even got there. But just adding Derrick Henry there just made them that much better. But the Eagles, it really set them over the top by getting Saquon Barkley. He was the reason they got as far as they did. Yes, the defense was great and everything, but can you honestly say the Eagles would win the Super Bowl in such a dominant fashion or get to the Super Bowl in such a dominant fashion in the way they did without Saquon Barkley? No, you wouldn't. He was the catalyst as to why they were as good as they were last year. The defense, of course, was monstrous, so they definitely deserve credit as well. And so does Jalen Hurts. He doesn't get enough credit as it is. But so I think it was a huge renaissance, and it kind of made people rethink the running back position, how important it still is to this day to having, a strong offense and a strong team overall.
Yeah. Of course, we both think that they're going to go with that sexy pick, running back, wide receiver. But there's a couple of other places that they could go. They've seen some retirements on the offensive line. They've been a lot of buzz potentially surrounding centers for the Cowboys, where they not centers, cornerbacks for the Cowboys. Another Texas boy for you, Jahdae Barron is available. If you don't like him, Will Johnson still available. Probably two people on the top of my big board right now. Do you think there's a chance that they get away from that sexy pick and get a guy on the line or maybe someone on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, I think there's a chance, but I think it's so Jerry Jones to take the sexy pick. So I still think it's going to be running back or possibly receiver, but I do have Jahdae Barron coming after the Cowboys to the Dolphins. That's who I have him going to. just because their whole situation with Jalen Ramsey and everything. And I think they would want to re-up that position essentially. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me though if they went corner. But the way Jerry Jones is, I just think he's going to take the guy that's going to get the headlines, the running back, the wide receiver, like those kind of guys. That's what he cares about.
But here we go for you. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys at pick number 12 in the 2025 NFL Draft have selected offensive guard Tyler Booker out of Alabama.
Wow,
This one is a reach.
that's surprising.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is a reach. We've seen a lot. We've seen some draft picks. The Michael Williams draft pick that just finished up. We just finished talking about this one. I don't understand at all. Tyler Booker is a guy that had a lot of first round buzz, kind of end of first round buzz, potential pick for the Seahawks is where I had him mocked in my mock draft 1.0 immediately after the Super Bowl. That was pre-free agency, but his name had kind of cooled off a little bit.
Yeah.
He's obviously going to be in there to replace a Hall of Famer who retired for the Cowboys this offseason. That's a really interesting spot. What do you think of Tyler Booker here at the 12 overall?
Yeah, that surprises me for sure. I had Tyler Booker going down to the Vikings at number 24. But yeah, I mean, I get the thought process. You want to replace a Hall of Fame offensive guard that you had before. I get that. But yeah, I do think this is kind of a reach, and this is kind of the total opposite of what I thought the Cowboys would do. This is not what you would call a sexy pick.
No.
This is kind of a head scratching pick, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll talk about it more in my show, come in the coming days or so about this. But I think it's kind of a head scratching pick. I wouldn't have went that way if I was the Cowboys. I'll be interested to see what Tate thinks of that as well, actually.
Yeah, no, this one for sure, a very, very interesting pick. It makes sense. It does. This pick absolutely does make sense. But it's just one that's a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a reach.
Yeah, like I said, I get the thought process behind it, but I feel like it's, like you said, I just feel like it's a reach. They could have gotten better talent at that position, in my opinion. But it is what it is. I don't really understand what the Cowboys are doing, to be quite honest. Nothing that they're doing screams going all in to me. So, I don't know. I'm at a loss really with this one. I don't know what the Cowboys' thought process is right now, other than just trying to replace their offensive lineman they lost. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a head scratcher.
Yeah. Dolphins are on the clock now, though. At pick 13, there's a lot of ways that they could still go. They primarily, in my mind, are looking at corner or offensive line. Now that Tyler Booker is off the board, as well as Kelvin Banks and Will Campbell, it's going to be a little bit of slim pickings at that offensive line position. You seem to think they go corner here, Jahdae Barron, which I very well could see with the stuff going on. But is there a chance that they go elsewhere here? What are your thoughts? What are your decisions for the Dolphins right now?
I think it's got to be corner or some sort of secondary player, because they also lost Volland as well, the safety, to the Giants this year. So that safety could be a potential route that they go. Maybe Malachi Starks possibly out of Georgia. That's a name to kind of keep an eye on, I think. But I think a corner probably makes the most sense given the Jalen Ramsey situation going on there. But maybe they, shock us all and go wide receiver because of the ongoing Tyreek Hill nonsense that seems to always come up. Maybe they go that route.
I'm a little less concerned about a Tyreek Hill trade. And with they have a retirement on the offensive line with Teron Armstead hanging it up after this season. They need to go out and figure out one of those two positions. I think corner's the way to go right now. I think on my big board, the top two players are corners, Jahdae Barron and Will Johnson, at least for me. These two guys I think should go here. One of them should at least go here to replace Jalen Ramsey and help shore up a secondary that they've just kind of refused to keep together. They had a solid secondary, but they've let a lot of people, especially defensively, walk. Javon Holland, you brought up this offseason, they let star defensive linemen walk in Christian Wilkins last season going to the Raiders.
Yeah.
This is a Dolphins team that just kind of feels like they're in forever first or second round in the playoffs mode, which I'm sure you have a lot of experience with as a Steelers fan. What are
Yeah.
the odds here that they take the corners as opposed to as opposed to an offensive lineman? And if, in a perfect world, what would you do as a GM?
I'm the Dolphins. I'd take Jahdae Barron personally. I don't think there's any question. You need to shore up your secondary in some way, especially like I mean I reiterate it again, but the Jalen Ramsey thing, he's not going to be there next year most likely. So Jahdae Barron I think makes the most sense. Will Johnson I think makes a lot of sense too. Those are the two top corners. I have them as my two top players, at least at that position, that are available right now. So yeah, I think it's got to be either Barron or Will Johnson right here for the Dolphins. But I could also maybe push an argument of saying maybe Mike Green from Marshall.
Yeah, they
Along
could use
the
pass rush.
defensive line.
They've got Bradley Chubb. He has been
Right,
kind of unable to stay healthy recently. But I think
right.
I think with the way that the way that things are going, corner seems like the pick to me. More news out of the NFL though. Schedules are going to be released on Wednesday, May 14th. We obviously know the teams that they'll be playing, but schedule a very important piece. You don't want to go on a crazy road trip down the stretch. The positioning of those bye weeks super important, and that's going to affect a lot of teams' playoff chances as we go further into the draft. About halfway through it now. How much does the schedule matter?
I think it matters a lot. I mean, just coming from a Steeler fan here, I remember this time last year when they were releasing the schedule, the big conversation was, oh, look at that stretch of games the Steelers have in 11 days. They play the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Ravens back to back to back in just 3 games in 11 days. I looked at that and I was like, does the NFL hate the Steelers or something? Like why do this? This makes no sense. Like 3 games, I get you want to sell your tickets and you want to promote and get all the money that you want in the world. I get all that, but it's like you talk about this is I don't mean to get on a tangent here because I know we're, in the middle of a draft here, so I don't want to get on too much of a rant, but Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, he preaches player safety all the time, right? But he's also the same guy that wants to add more regular season games. He's also the same guy that wants to give teams 3 games in 11 days just so he can make some more money. So I think it's his whole idea of trying to make the game safer, I think is, just nonsense. I think he wants to make the game more lucrative and more profitable for him, not more safe. That's just my opinion. But like I said, I don't want to get into too much of a rant because we're talking draft here, not my thoughts on Roger Goodell. So,
regardless of that, we do have a pick for you. The Miami Dolphins, with the 12th overall pick in the NFL draft, have selected, or 13th overall pick, I should say, have selected defensive tackle Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. The second best defensive tackle in his class goes second. This is not a position of need. We did talk a little bit about what was going on with them letting guys go, like Christian Wilkins, who plays that position, and they had a need for this last season, but they have bigger needs right now. I don't hate the pick. I just think Kenneth Grant wasn't the best decision here when you take a look at this team as far as team building goes. What are your thoughts on this pick for the Dolphins?
yeah, I mean, I kind of understand it, to be honest. I mean, he is a tremendous defensive tackle. They had a need for it last year. They did have Calais Campbell, but he, of course, he's like 39 years old, so he's not nearly the guy that he once was. And now he's back in Carolina anyway. So, but the Dolphins here, I just think that they should have went secondary. I really do, unless they think that Jalen Ramsey is still going to be there this year. Maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe they're working something out with him. I don't know. But last I checked, he was looking for a trade, and they were granting him a trade. But I don't know. But I would have went corner here, or maybe even safety, just to make up for Javon Holland's departure as well. But I still think they get a good player here, though. He's got a lot of upside. He's physical, very good on that defensive line. So I think it's a good pickup, but I probably would have went a different direction. I wouldn't say this is a terrible pick, though.
Yeah, no, it's not a terrible pick for sure. It's not, I guess, Tyler Booker level. I don't want to clown on him too much because I think he's solid, but I love what he brings to the table as a defensive tackle here for the Miami Dolphins. I just don't think it was at a position of need, but I really don't hate this pick either. On the clock right now, we have the Indianapolis Colts.
The Indianapolis Colts.
They have a lot of needs, and a lot of people kind of have been pushing a tight end to the Colts, which they need. Mo Alley-Cox as your starting tight end. For real, isn't the...
That's their biggest need.
Right.
It's
not their biggest need, though. They lost center and guard starting to the Packers. I think they could use an interior offensive lineman. The one I'm looking at here for the Indianapolis Colts, as far as what I would do, we are looking at Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State. He's a guy that can play all of the positions, on the offensive line, and that's incredibly valuable for a Colts team that's still figuring out its quarterback situation. I think you can survive without Tyler Warren, which I think is probably where they're going to end up going, but I just would disagree with that pick.
Yeah, well, the pick is in.
Yeah. Caleb Carney in the chat says the Colts will draft Tyler Warren. Let's see if he is correct. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. They have selected Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State. Tyler Warren, of course, a very kind of polarizing guy, I think. What he brings to the table as far as my comp in the NFL is going to be Taysom Hill, which isn't worth a first-round pick. He was the one that the offense ran through, but I just don't think his game really translates all that well. He struggles against blocks. I'm a little low on Tyler Warren. I don't know how you feel about him.
Well, I had him going higher than this, but after, who was it? I think it was the Jets I had him going to. Yeah, so after the Jets didn't take him, I honestly figured this is where he would land because I had the Colts taking Colston Loveland under the assumption that Tyler Warren was no longer available. So Colston Loveland still, he's a great tight end too, but they missed out on him, so they got to go with Tyler Warren, and I'm not really upset about it. I think it's a good pick. They do need. I know you said maybe it's not the biggest need, but I think it is. When doing a lot of the research that I was doing leading into this mock draft, a lot of the outlets in Indianapolis that I was researching were all saying the same thing: how tight end is primarily the biggest need on this team. And I get what you're saying, though, about the offensive line. There's definitely a need there as well, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to address it in this draft just because they, went ahead and selected Tyler Warren. But I think it's a good pickup. It's just the biggest question for me with the Colts is their quarterback situation. Who's really going to be throwing them the ball? Is it going to be Daniel Jones, or is it going to be Anthony Richardson, or is it going to be somebody completely different because both of those guys don't work out? I don't know. So that's a big question. The only real issue that I would have with Tyler Warren is he's got to learn how to be a more blocking tight end. Not to say that he should go away from his receiving, roots or his receiving talent or anything like that, but he's got to be better about that because right now he is kind of similar to a Taysom Hill type of player, although I don't necessarily agree with your assessment on that respectfully in terms of him just being like a Taysom Hill as far as what his ceiling could be. I don't think that's him. I think his ceiling is a lot higher than that. And I think that he can be much better than a Taysom Hill or anything like that, because Taysom Hill was, he's, was used as a quarterback sometimes, but primarily he just was kind of a wild card. He kind of did everything, which Tyler Warren kind of did in Penn State too. But I just think that he is going to be primarily a tight end and not really so much used like Taysom Hill is. He might be used sparingly like that, but I don't think it's going to be as often as you see with Taysom Hill.
I agree. I think he's going to be more often a tight end. And again, I just don't think this was their biggest need. I'm not too high on Tyler Warren. I didn't have a first round grade on him. Everything was seeming like he was coming to the Colts. It seemed like what they wanted right away. So they get the guy that they want. I'm just not such a huge fan of this. But Chris Ballard has been a solid drafter outside of the glaring one that is Anthony Richardson. I haven't hated really any of his drafts. Atlanta on the clock now, though. They could go in a lot of directions, but I think there's only one answer here as far as position goes. They need pass rush. They could go in a couple different spots here. They can take who I think is the best upside pass rusher in a guy at a Marshall and Mike Green. They could go for probably the highest rated guys on most people's big boards, Jalen Walker, who can be a pass rusher as well as a linebacker, which they could use both of those. They could go with an interior guy like a Derek Harmon or someone along those lines. There's a lot of spots for them to go depending on what they like. Donovan Ezaraku's still out there as well. There's a lot of places they could go. Are you sold on edge like I am? What do you think the Atlanta Falcons do here?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sold at edge just like you are, and I have Mike Green going there. This whole process I've fallen in love with Mike Green just watching some of his highlight tapes and looking at some of his stats and stuff like that. He's the prototypical type of edge rusher that you want. Strength, speed, got all of that explosiveness. I think that's a big need for the Falcons, especially with them losing a guy like Grady Jarrett this offseason. I know Jarrett is a defensive tackle, but still, that's a big loss on that defensive line. So Mike Green would at least help mitigate that a little bit, just being on the edge. But yeah, I have him. I have him going to the Falcons. I think there's no really other option for the Falcons other than edge rusher. Could see Jalen Walker too, but also don't forget about James Pierce out of Tennessee as well. He's still out there too, so he could be an option as well as Donovan Ezaraku out of Boston College. But yeah, I think it's edge rusher no matter what, though.
James Pierce is a really interesting one to me. He's someone that at the beginning of this college football season was mocked as the potential number 1 overall pick. Kind of talked about the way that we're currently talking about Abdul Carter. He's now fallen to the end of mock drafts. There's nothing confirmed. There's some suspected whispers of some character concerns with him, but he was really explosive and productive, more importantly, at an SEC school in Tennessee. What do you think is scaring teams off of James Pierce Jr., and do you think the Falcons take him here, end his slide, if you want to call it a slide? How far do you think he falls?
No, I don't think the Falcons take him here, but I have him going to the Packers actually, because the Packers are in need of edge rushers as well as wide receiver. I could see them going wide receiver as well with the Christian Watson issues, that he's having with his injury. He may miss some time, but I think James Pierce probably falls to 23. I don't think he falls much further than that. He may even go earlier than that. He might go to somebody like the Seahawks or something like that, or the Cardinals possibly. Who are picking next right after the Falcons. So it's possible, but Jalen Walker's still out there too. So he could be up there as a pick for the Falcons, but I have Mike Green right now, but I could easily see it being Jalen Walker though.
Yeah, Jalen Walker, with the way that the draft has fallen, I think is my guy for the Falcons right now. The reason why simply is because he went to Georgia. I think a lot of times it's kind of underrated, that kind of geography connection there, the fan base that's already connected to a player. If it's a tie, I think that's something that'll break it. And between him and Mike Green, I think they're very similar level prospects. So I lean towards taking the hometown kid, taking Jalen Walker here for the Falcons. I think that's the best pick for them. Their clock's running down all the way under a minute right now. They still haven't had their
time
pick.
they need.
They still haven't had their pick in, which means I think they're working the phones. Who do you think is a candidate to trade up here if the Falcons decide not to take this pick?
maybe the Broncos trying to get that running back, or maybe the Steelers possibly. If Hampton's still out there, like I mentioned that earlier, that if Hampton's still there, like right around this area of the draft, I think the Steelers could try and make a play to try and move up and get him because they do have a running back need. It's not as glaring as other needs that they have on this team, but running back is a whole. Right now, they have Jalen Warren as their running back, and they brought in Kenneth Gainwell from the Eagles as well. But neither one of those guys I look at as RB1, like starting caliber running backs. I like Jalen Warren a lot, but I think Jalen Warren works a lot better in a committee kind of way, a committee kind of system. Like can keep his legs fresh. He's much more explosive coming off the bench. So I think the Steelers still have a need for a every down, running back, and maybe they make a trade up here with the Falcons. It's not likely just based on my own knowing of how the Steelers operate, but it's possible. That's the only team, either the Broncos or the Steelers, the only team I can really think of that might want to move up.
Falcons
right
pick
here. So
is in, though. They have selected linebacker Jalen Walker out of Georgia.
Yeah, you got it.
That hometown connection there. He's a fascinating prospect. You talk about a guy that can be the next Micah Parsons. We see a lot of comparisons because of the number and the school we went to with Abdul Carter. But I think if you're talking about in this draft, who can be that versatile, positionless guy, it's going to be Jalen Walker. He's a guy that rose through draft boards, was a really polarizing pick. Some people had him as a top 10 prospect. Some people had him all the way down as a top 25, sitting somewhere around 22, 23 prospect. His range of opportunities were a lot of different places. He ends up in Atlanta. I really like this pick. I think this is a pick that's going to go under the radar a little bit, but I love this pick for the Falcons.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you were dead on about that Georgia connection, with the Falcons and everything. So it's a good fit. It's he's familiar with the area. Georgia kid. Hometown kid. So yeah, I like the move. I still really like Mike Green. I know. I mean, I don't think he's going to go much further past this. I think the Cardinals might even take him because I had the Cardinals taking Jalen Walker. So maybe they flip here, and maybe the Cardinals take Mike Green this way. So I like the pick for Jalen Walker for the Falcons. That was an area of need for sure, and he will be able to come in and be a day one contributor. So yeah, I really like the pick for sure.
Jalen Walker is a really interesting prospect because he played off-ball linebacker as well as being able to play inside or outside linebacker. But he is someone that when you look at the sacks number isn't going to light up the page. But a Georgia defender, you can never really go wrong with, right? So I really am a huge fan of this pick. This is one of my favorite picks so far. Caleb in the chat has asked, who is your biggest upset or worst pick so far in this draft, Matt?
I think we both have the same opinion on that. The Tyler Booker thing. Yeah, I think I wouldn't, maybe saying it's the worst pick is kind of harsh, but because he hasn't played it down yet. But it's definitely the most head scratching one of the draft so far, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, I wouldn't have picked Booker myself if I was the Cowboys. But it is what it is. I guess that's why I'm not a GM and they are. So
well, I mean, you could still be right. You could still be right.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't. I think there was a lot of other players that were available they could have gotten instead of him. So yeah.
Yeah, for the sake of having a different answer than you, I do think that is the most head-scratching pick so far in this draft. But one that I think might be a little worse at the end of the day is the Saints' decision. I love Kelvin Banks Jr., his ability to play guard or tackle at the next level. We'll have to see where he plays. But the Saints really had to take best available, and I don't think they did that. I think there were a lot of players that I would have had higher ranked than Kelvin Banks Jr. And when you're trying to set a culture, when you're trying to get a new regime going on the right foot, I don't know if taking just a guy that'll help fade this old Saints roster into the sunset a little easier is the right answer to go with. I think they needed a lot of other things. That's one that I would circle other than Tyler Booker that I think is a little bit out there so far. But the Cardinals on the clock here, Matt. They could go in lot of different directions. I think this is where we see our corner go off the board. They could really use another corner. They've got a couple young guys, but they needed some help against the better wide receivers. Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron are both available. Who do you have between those two, and do you think it's a corner that the Cardinals are going to select?
I had the Cardinals taking an edge rusher. I originally had them taking Jalen Walker, but obviously he was just picked by the Falcons. But I think maybe it's possibly Mike Green, if not a secondary player. I do think when the Bengals pick right after the Cardinals, I think it's going to be one of those two corners that we mentioned, Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron. No matter, depending on who is picked here, I think. But I originally had the Bengals taking Malachi Starks, but the way the draft has kind of fallen so far, I think they'd be fools not to pick up the best corner in the draft who is still available. So,
and let's talk about these two because they're very similar guys, right? You have Johnson, 6'2", 194, quick, but he has some injury concerns. Would have probably been the best corner in this class if not for those injury concerns. But then you also have Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron, who, of course, another huge guy, is very versatile, can play zone or man. Do you have a preference between those two corners?
Personally, it really kind of depends on the type of defense that the teams are going to be running. But I personally like Jahdae Barron more so than Will Johnson. But not to say Will Johnson's a bad player or anything like that. But I just really like just the overall, playmaking ability that Jahdae Barron has. I mean, you take a look at last year; he had 5 interceptions. Also had a sack and a fumble recovery as well. So he's opportunistic as a cornerback. He can make those explosive plays, those game-changing types of plays. He can also tackle pretty well as well. He had 67 total tackles last year. So, I like him a lot. I think he's the best corner that's out there right now. Very, very close with Will Johnson, though. I will say that.
Yeah. There's just a little bit of injury concerns. We do have the pick from the Arizona Cardinals. The pick is in the 16th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals have selected defensive tackle Nolan Smith out of Ole Miss. Wow. Not one that I personally would have done, but I'm a little lower on Nolan Smith than a lot of other guys. What are your thoughts on this pick for the Cardinals?
Yeah, I didn't even have him in the first round at all. He wasn't on my radar really for this one. So this is another one that's kind of surprising.
Smith. I apologize. It's from Ole Miss. Walter Nolan. I don't know where I got Nolan Smith from. This one is on me. I just misread that there. It is Walter Nolan. Yeah. Not a guy that I had.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, Nolan Smith.
I think that's just a guy that I know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even know who that would be. But
that's why I said he wasn't even on my board.
Walter Nolan. Walter Nolan is the pick. Does that change your opinions a little bit?
Well, I guess it does, really. Now that I know that it's Walter Nolan and not Nolan Smith. But Walter Nolan, I like the pick because I had them going edge rusher anyway. So having Walter Nolan, of course, is tremendous Ole Miss defensive lineman. So I like the pick, for them for sure, for the Cardinals. I had them going edge rusher anyway, so an SEC edge rusher at that too. So it still falls under that same umbrella at least.
Yeah, Walter Nolan is a little bit on the smaller side when it comes to defensive tackles, but his ability to slither through has made him an All-American in the SEC. He's someone that I personally am just a little bit lower on when it comes to the DTs. He's my DT4. He's behind Harmon for me, but that by no means he's bad. This is a very stacked defensive battle here, and I'm very curious to see how he turns out in the NFL because I think he could be really good depending on what kind of development he has. Being in the room with Jonathan Gannon over there as the head coach, I think is going to be really good for him as they continue to develop what is going to be a really good defensive line. You pair him up with Josh Sweat, coming over from the Eagles this offseason. They're building a little something down there in the desert.
Yeah, I agree. And the Cardinals are one of the teams that I listed as one of my segments earlier on in this whole offseason as a team to look out for, a team that could surprise some people in the NFL this year. Because I like Kyler Murray. I know he gets a lot of crap for, his height and everything and, just inability to really kind of get over the top or over the hump or whatever you want to call it. But I like Kyler Murray and I like what they're doing with their young offense with Marvin Harrison Jr. He can develop into a really, really good receiver. They just re-signed Greg Dortch as well to add with some depth. So I think getting that defense shored up is very, very important. And I think that's a good move by them to go ahead and do that. I mean, Walter Nolan, he is, or should I say Nolan Smith? He is, really good at 6.5 sacks last year, 14 tackles for loss as well. So, as a defensive tackle, that's pretty good numbers, I think. So, I like the pick overall.
Yeah. I will say, I do think this is a good pick for them. They needed some people on the interior of the offensive line. I still would have gone corner. I'm shocked to see these corners slipping as far as they are. Do you think the Bengals take one here? They're on the clock right now. They're obviously, or I won't say obviously with this draft, but they should most likely go defensive here. I assume you're on the same page. What are your thoughts here for the Bengals?
Yeah. I think it's got to be a secondary player, whether that's a safety or a corner. It has to be. They cannot go into next year with that same secondary that they have, or they already have lost a couple of guys from that already porous secondary that they had last year. Guy like Mike Hilton, who I'm very familiar with because he used to play for the Steelers. He's no longer there. They lost a couple of other guys as well. So I think for as bad as their secondary was last year and losing players as well, it's got to be a corner here. It has to be Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson here. I cannot. If they don't go here, I don't know where they're going.
It's gotta be, right? Like these two guys, I honestly, I had both of them in my top 10 overall in this draft. I really like both of them. I am a little shocked about how how far they're falling. These are the guys that are going to be sitting there in the break room and in the green room a little bit longer than they expected to. Hopefully we get to see them get called on soon. The Bengals just need defense. I still think they go corner here, but there's a lot of different places they could go. They could go and address an edge rusher to replace what's going on with Trey Hendrickson. Whether or not he will get, whether or not he'll get traded is going to be another topic of conversation there for you. But it's got to be defense. It has to be it's got to be.
I have to say the only way that I could see the Bengals taking like an edge rusher or something like that is that maybe they already know that the Trey Hendrickson thing is not going to work out, and they're going to try and get ahead of it and try and replace him now. That if they take an edge rusher here, that's going to kind of be my thought, is that the Trey Hendrickson thing is not going to really work out. I mean, they did also lose Sam Hubbard to retirement this year as well, so still is a hole that they have, regardless if they sign Trey Hendrickson or not. But I think this would really, really kind of exacerbate their need if they go ahead and take an edge rusher here.
Right. And they could also go defensive tackle here. They don't have that big guy in the middle anymore. The pick is in though for the Cincinnati Bengals with pick 17 in the 2025 NFL draft. The Bengals have selected edge defender Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M. He was a freak of nature coming out of the combine. He is someone that I wasn't really sure where exactly he was going to go. Coming out of A&M, being that freak of nature that he was going to be back of the first round right away, but the way he performed there obviously improved his draft stock. He now goes 17 overall to the Bengals. What do you think about this?
This is interesting. It's not the edge rusher that I had picked them to take anywhere. I didn't have them taking an edge rusher. I had them taking a safety. But this kind of, like I said just a few minutes ago, I think this kind of speaks to their negotiations with Trey Hendrickson. I think it's not really going well, and they possibly don't think that a deal is going to get done with him, and maybe they're going to have to trade him. And maybe that's why they go and take an edge rusher here, because it's just, I mean, they have a need at edge rusher for sure, but the need is just so glaringly obvious that it's got to be the secondary. Like, their secondary was atrocious last year, historically bad, and they have done nothing to rectify that. And they want to start the season next year not in a 1-3 hole like they have done the past few years. And I just think this does nothing to help your defense, on your secondary anyway, because that's where their weakness was, and they have yet to address it. So I just feel like it's going to be more of the same for the Bengals next year at this rate.
I don't mind this pick. I know their cornerback room is headlined by Cam Taylor-Britt, which not great, but still, I don't necessarily hate it either. I think pass rush is probably the best coverage in the NFL. If you give the quarterback no time to throw it, it makes your life so much easier as a person in the secondary. If they're able to bring Trey Hendrickson back, you now have Shamar Stewart on one end, Trey Hendrickson on the other. That's going to be tough for opposing offensive lines, and it's going to make life a lot easier for the corners. Pass rush, probably the second most impactful position overall in the NFL.
I will tell you this, with this lack of corners that we're seeing here, I'm starting to think that maybe the Steelers will go in a different direction with the 21st pick.
Oh, yeah?
I think this is starting to become more and more likely that they take a corner with the 21st pick. If Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson is available at 21, they would be foolish to pass on that. Like, it's not often that the Steelers get a chance to take a top corner, because usually all of the top corners are gone by the time they pick. And they were able to get a good one a couple of years ago in Joey Porter Jr., although he still has some, flaws to his game that he needs to iron out. But you have him, you pair him along with, say, a Jahdae Barrett or a Will Johnson, and then you add the veteran presence of Darius Slay to that secondary. That can take your secondary from decent to possibly elite. And that, I think, would be a huge pickup. Like, yes, they have a need for defensive tackle, but this is a very deep defensive tackle class. They can still get a guy if they don't go defensive tackle at 21. So I'm starting to think more and more likely that I'd like to see a corner, at 21 for the Steelers.
We'll see when we get there. 21 is going to be a really interesting spot. Right now, the Seahawks are on the clock, or, excuse me, as I'm saying that, it looks like they're just open to moving back. The Seahawks are on the clock.
Talking to trade down. Yeah,
they're
talking about trading down.
There.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
Seahawks on the clock here. They could go a lot of different directions. The way that this draft is played out, I think they are ecstatically taking offensive tackle Josh Simmons, a guy that I think, again, and we've had conversations earlier on in the show, is someone that could be the best tackle in this class overall. Where do you think they go here?
Best tackles? You mean offensive tackle? I'm sorry, I missed
best
that.
Offensive tackle. I think Josh Simmons still on the board here is where I think they go.
Yeah.
Are you thinking they pick offensive line? What direction do you think the Seahawks end up going in here?
I think they could go a number of directions. I feel like they could go edge rusher here. I had them going Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, but I could also see them go offensive line. In one of my previous mocks, I think I did have them going offensive line. I believe I actually had them taking Armand Membu, who obviously has gone now. But this could be a spot where you could see Josh Simmons get selected here. I think it could be either offensive lineman or edge rusher. I don't think they take a corner, because they addressed that a couple of years ago with their corner selection. So, yeah, I think it's going to be edge rusher or offensive lineman.
Yeah, you talk about needs. This is the biggest need that any team really has. They make a big swing by moving off of Geno Smith in exchange for Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold can really only be effective with a good offensive line. And I think that is something they needed to address here. They're not the only team. The Texans also have a desperate need at offensive line. But the pick is in here for the Seattle Seahawks. At number 18 overall, the Seattle Seahawks have selected interior offensive lineman, guard, tackle, center, wherever you want to put him, Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State University. He is the most
The
versatile
guy.
guard or tackle, I should say, in this class. He is a guy that moves men. Obviously, playing in the FCS as opposed to the FBS, it's not quite the same level of competition, but North Dakota
Mhm.
State is a juggernaut over there, and they do it by running the ball behind a guy like Gray Zabel. I love this pick for the Seattle Seahawks. I think this is their dream selection, the way that this board has fallen. I don't think they. I think they could have just run this in with about 10 minutes left on the clock there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a solid pick. There's not really anything that you can complain about with it. It makes sense. It addresses a position of need with a very, very good offensive lineman, and that's your guy, the guy that you really like. Gray Zabel, going that way. So yeah, I like that. I like that pick. I think it's good for the Seahawks. I'm still not sold on Sam Darnold overall, but you still have to protect him. And we saw what he was, unable to do in those last two games last year against for the Minnesota Vikings when he struggled whenever he got, a lot of pass pressure in his face. So this would kind of help that. Of course, he's still a young guy, so there's still development there, but I do really like him as well. And he should be able to plug right in day one and, help that offensive line.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to take a quick break here. We have been going live for about 2.5 hours now. We'll be back at 10:10 p.m. to preview the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and their pick. We'll be right back here on GSMC's Down by Contact Sports Podcast.
In the world blind.
And so many more. Check it out for yourself. GSMC Sports Network, now available on YouTube absolutely free. Search GSMC Sports Network on YouTube right now.
For the best and latest podcasts available anywhere, go to the podcast app on your cell phone and type in GSMC to access free content-rich podcasts on health and wellness, book reviews, sports, entertainment, relationships, social media, movies, technology, finance, and even weird news. Subscribe and download the GSMC Podcast Network's family of shows, available everywhere podcasts are found.
Welcome back to GSMC's Down by Contact Sports Podcast's live coverage of the draft. We just stepped away for a couple minutes, but we are back. The Bucks pick is in. Real quick before we reveal who it is, Matt, this is a Bucks team that needs, honestly, not that many things. They were able to re-sign a lot of the guys that were out there. The one that I've been targeting for is a linebacker. Jahad Campbell has been someone that I've very popularly mocked to the Tampa Bay Bucks here. They need a Levante David successor, as well as that probably being their weakest link so far. Who do you have the Bucks taking right now?
I have the exact same player you do, Jahad Campbell out of Alabama. I think that's the biggest need. Like you said, there's not too many needs on this team. I think the Buccaneers are a very solid all-around team. Excuse me. And so I think Jahad Campbell makes the most sense here.
Yeah, the Bucks, they've always had these very good linebackers. That's kind of been the thing that they build their team around, and I think they need more of that. Out of Alabama, he's an athlete. He's my linebacker number 2 behind Jalen Walker, who we saw go already. But the pick is in for the Bucks. The Bucks have selected at 19th overall Ohio State's wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. This is a really interesting pick because I love Emeka Egbuka. I think he's going to be an instant impact kind of player in the NFL, an absolute legend at Ohio State, the all-time leading receiver over there. And you think of all the great receivers that have gone through and all the guys he's played with at Ohio State in a short amount of time. What do you think about this move for the Bucks?
Honestly, it's a little surprising. With Mike Evans and Chris Godwin both still there, it's a little surprising, but I mean, I get it. He's a great receiver, and like you said, the Ohio State Buckeyes all-time leading receiver, and just list some of the guys that, Ohio State has had over the years, just recently anyway with Marvin Harrison Jr. Of course, they have Jeremiah Smith, who is, still there at Ohio State, but what a season he had as a freshman last year. That's a guy to watch out for when he comes out in the draft. But dating all the way back to when Chris Carter was at Ohio State, way back when, they've always had really good receivers. So, yeah. So I mean, I get I guess I get it because of how talented he is, but I just feel like the linebacker was more of a need, but the Bucks are pretty solid at them or anything by coordinator. Another weapon for Baker into that later this year, so that's going to be a little bit different. But so I get the pick. I don't love the pick. I do like it though.
Yeah, Emeka Egbuka, definitely very talented. He's my wide receiver. He's my favorite. He's my wide receiver 3 behind Ted McMillan and Travis Hunter in this class. So I do like the pick where he goes. I think this was around his range anywhere, but the Bucks not a team I had penciled. You brought up Mike Evans, who they re-signed 2 years ago. You brought up Chris Godwin, who they re-signed this offseason. Both of those guys are going to be back. It's a really dangerous wide receiver room there. I don't know exactly where he fits because Chris Godwin and him are both more inside slot receivers. They also had a nice one last year come in. The Bucks did in McMillan. These guys, don't really need a wide receiver. So I'm a little bit shocked by this pick. The value isn't quite there. But again, you talk about best player available. He was up there. I think there were a couple other places I would have gone first, but I don't hate this pick. If I had to give it a grade right off the bat, this pick probably gets a C minus for me. I just don't love
Yeah.
it, but it's fine. I think he'll be a really
Mhm.
good player. Denver on the
Yeah, I'm the
clock.
same.
What
Yeah.
were you saying?
I'm the same way. I was just going to say I'm the same way. I like it. I don't love it, though.
Right. Denver on the clock here. They, as we've talked about, kind of feel like a running back destination. You talked about this is the next spot for Amari and Hampton. I have Hampton mocked here right now, but Denver could go a lot of ways.
Mhm.
They could grab a receiver, start a little bit of a run there on receivers. Matthew Golden still available, who ran the fastest 40 time. They could use another speedster to pair next to Cortland Sutton. Get Bo Nix another weapon. Maybe I've heard rumblings of a third tight end and Mason Taylor getting drafted. Where do you think the Broncos go at pick 20?
I think it's got to be running back. If it's not, I'm going to be very interested to see what the Steelers do with that next pick. Yeah, I think it's got to be Amari and Hampton. I think this is another one that's kind of a no-brainer. Second best running back in the class, still available, and the Broncos didn't even have to trade up to get him. I mean, this is a win-win for Denver. You know, if I'm John Elway and that organization, I would love where I'm sitting right now because they've got their pick of the best of the remaining running backs. You know, Amari and Hampton. There is a lot of guys that are really talented that are still out there too. I'm actually very surprised at how this draft has shaken out so far.
Right, you talk.
I don't know what your thoughts about it are, but
I think you're absolutely right about that. We kind of hit on a little bit where guys that you might have ranked in the top 10, I might have as ranked number 40. Right, that's how close this draft is right now between these prospects and where they might go. But you bring up running backs, and running backs also a lot of the same way. I've heard rumblings. Maybe this is just because of the way that those drafts fall of Travion Henderson potentially being that guy that the Broncos and Sean Payton really like, as opposed to Amari and Hampton. What would you think if they still went running back, but took a guy like Henderson instead of Hampton?
I mean, I would like that pick. I mean, I would like it as a Steeler fan because that gives Amari and Hampton a chance to be drafted by the Steelers. But yeah, I mean, it would be a good pickup anyway. Regardless, Travion Henderson is one of two of those Ohio State running backs last year that had over 1,000 yards rushing. Him and Quinshon Judkins, of course, who is also still out there. Yeah, so there's a lot of really good running backs that are out there. I mean, Ashton Genty has been the only running back that has been taken so far, and we're on pick number 20. So I think my prediction of 4 running backs going in the first round, unless the next 4 teams pick running back, I'm going to be way off on that. But yeah, I think it's got to be running back here for sure.
Yeah, the Broncos could go a lot of ways. Speaking of your Steelers, they are up next. We have a question in the chat from Caleb. He says, at this point, besides the Steelers, will Sanders get drafted at all? And we'll do a whole lot on Shedeur Sanders, but real quick, the Broncos selection, assuming it's not Shedeur Sanders, gives the Steelers a really interesting dilemma. What are you doing? Are you taking Shedeur Sanders here with the threat of Aaron Rodgers not signing with you? Are you holding out in round 2 and seeing the way that this draft goes? Are you taking a running back if Amari and Hampton is there? You said you might do that, but what if Amari and Hampton is gone? Are you taking Travion Henderson at number 3? What are you doing if you are the Steelers at pick 21?
If Hampton is not there, I would still kind of gravitate towards defensive tackle Derek Harmon because he is still out there. But I would also say Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson at the corner position, 2 of the best corners that are available in this draft. They're both still out there, and at least one of them will still be out there after the Broncos pick, and probably both of them because I don't think the Broncos take a corner here. So, yeah, you're going to have your pick of the litter when it comes to cornerbacks. So, I mean, the Steelers have a track record of not really drafting particularly well when it comes to the quarterback or cornerback position. But this is an opportunity for them to change that. They have the 2 best corners are both still available at 21 when they pick. I mean, it's got to be a conversation. And another potential conversation that they're having right now is with the amount of guys that are still very talented that are still available, do the Steelers trade back from 21? that is a possibility as well. But there's too many guys out there right now that I think you can't pass on. So, that's what I think they're going to do. And, one of those guys is gone already. So
That's right. Like I was about to say, before we get too deep into the Steelers here for Matt, and you have all the time you need to rant on this, the pick is in for the Denver Broncos. They have selected cornerback out of Texas, Jahdae Barron, with the 20th overall pick, making an absolutely filthy cornerback room. Reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Patrick Surtain, is going to headline that, but getting a guy like Jahdae Barron that can play man zone super versatilely, a little bit of a not a super big corner at 5'11", 192, but still, Jahdae Barron is going to be a star in the NFL. I love his speed. I love what he can do, and that Broncos defense is going to be the best in the league next season.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I did not think the Broncos were going to take a corner because their defense is already so stacked as it is. But just adding Jahdae Barron to an already beastly defense, including that beastly secondary paired with Patrick Surtain, it's going to be very hard for teams to move the ball against that defense. And, what better idea to do than just shore up the defense and make it the best in the league when you've got guys like Patrick Mahomes that you're going to have to face twice a year. So, yeah, this just kind of adds to my already growing hype for the Denver Broncos for this coming year. I think they are absolutely in the conversation to win the division this year in the AFC West. I 100% believe that. Whether they do it or not is another story, but I think they are absolutely in that conversation. You cannot discount them with a veteran Super Bowl winning coach, a young quarterback that really came along as the season went along and got a playoff game under his belt for some experience. And the defense was just they were solid all year long. And they're a far cry from that defense that we saw give up 70 points against the Dolphins several years ago. They are not that defense anymore.
Not at all. Absolutely not. But that brings us to the Steelers here, Matt. This is what the whole night has been gravitating towards, you with your 3 terrible towels on the wall and the Steelers poster behind you, your little Steelers polo on, everything you could possibly have ready for this pick, and one that I think is maybe the most anticipated of the first round. They could go Shedeur Sanders here or grab a quarterback like Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe. Omarion Hampton is on the board right now. That is a very, very interesting pick, as we talked about when we were talking about the Broncos picks and what might happen to this. You talk about Will Johnson still being available, top of my big board right now. There's a lot of places the Steelers could go, Matt. What is the nightmare and dream scenario right now for the Steelers?
Nightmare scenario is they draft Shedeur Sanders, simply because there are so many bigger or like better players that are available that can address bigger needs, like running back. If you pass on Omarion Hampton for Shedeur Sanders, I think that's a mistake. And if you're going to pass on Omarion Hampton, you got to at least get defensive tackle or possibly corner. Jahdae Barron's gone now, but Will Johnson's still out there. He's still considered amongst a lot of people as the best corner available in the draft. So I agree there's a lot of different ways that they can go, but my dream scenario is they take Omarion Hampton here. That's my dream scenario. But worst case scenario, they take Shedeur Sanders with this pick, because I think it would be a total waste because they could get a quarterback in the later rounds. And I just don't believe that Shedeur Sanders is, franchise quarterback worthy. So I really don't.
Talk to me about Omarion Hampton a little bit. This is a Steelers running back room that let Najee Harris walk. You still have Jalen Warren, who I think as a starring lead back could be really solid. Is there a reason you don't want him to be RB1 this season? What do you have against, not have against, but where do you think the Steelers would be if he was RB1 this season?
I don't think it would change much, assuming they don't draft Omarion Hampton. If Jalen Warren has to be running back 1, I'm sure he'll be fine. I don't think he's going to be like, or they actually, I'm sorry, they just picked, sorry.
Nope, you're good.
I just got distracted there.
The pick is in.
But yeah.
The pick is in, and it is nightmare situation for you, Matt. Shedeur Sanders, quarterback out of Colorado, is selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Matt, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incorrect because I'm watching it right now. He didn't get selected. It's Derek Harmon
Oh,
out of
it
Oregon.
is Derek Harmon.
That's
That yeah.
yeah,
I'm kidding.
yeah,
No.
yeah. You tried to get me with that. Yeah, no.
Derek Harmon, the selection out of
Mhm.
Oregon. This is the
Yep.
reasonable decision, of course. Shedeur
Yes.
Sanders, as you say, the nightmare situation for the Steelers. The weight on him continues to fall. Derek
Mhm.
Harmon. Talk to me about Derek Harmon here.
Yeah, I love this pick. This was the pick that I had wanted, from the jump, from the beginning of this whole process and everything. This is the guy that I targeted as who I want the Steelers to pick because I knew they were going to go defensive tackle. That's what I had been preaching in the production meetings throughout this whole week and everything. Everybody's talking about Steelers going to take Shedeur Sanders. I knew they were not taking Shedeur Sanders here. And I knew it was going to be defensive tackle. Just the way the board kind of fell, I kind of thought that maybe they'd go running back or possibly corner here, but really it was always going to be defensive tackle. And Derek Harmon is a great fit. We talked about him a little bit earlier in the show. He could be paired perfectly alongside Cam Hayward. What better guy to learn from than a future Hall of Famer like Cam Hayward? So I think it's a great pick. The Steelers, they avoided disaster tonight by not taking Shedeur Sanders and taking Derek Harmon instead. So I definitely like that pick. People might not consider it a sexy pick, or maybe it's considered a boring pick or whatever, but it's a position of need, and it's a very, very good defensive tackle that they're getting here. So I really, really like the pick. I can't hate on it. I really can't.
Yeah, no, 6'5", 310 out of Oregon. Derek Harmon, the pick, a very talented defensive tackle class. I like this pick for the Steelers a lot. But the question now, what happens with Shedeur Sanders? How much farther is he going to fall? And you talk about avoiding a mistake. Would it be a mistake if the Steelers drafted Shedeur Sanders, let's say, trade back into the first round or early second round? Would that still be a mistake?
Yeah, because you'd have to give up some assets to get that, and I don't think he's worth giving up assets. I still kind of think that he's going to go to the Browns at 36. That seems to be the most likely scenario because the way it's going there's nobody past the Steelers that needs a quarterback in this first round. So, I think he's definitely falling to the second round. I think it's all but guaranteed now, unless somebody trades up into the first round again. To get him. The Browns could be a team that does that because they were talking about trading back from the number 5 pick after they traded back from the number 2 pick. So why would they not trade up to try and get their guy? So it's possible, but I think the whole reason they did that whole trade at the beginning of this draft was to put themselves in position to get Shedeur Sanders in the second round. So I think it's a foregone conclusion at this point that the Browns take Shedeur Sanders in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, that one makes sense. Let's talk a little bit more about that trade before we get into the Chargers. We kind of glossed over it a little bit, but that was a massive move for the Jaguars to make. From the Browns' perspective, yes, it seems like they're getting a quarterback, but how does Travis Hunter now in Jacksonville, how does that affect Liam Cohen and his offense? How is he going to be used, do you think?
Well, I think, like we kind of talked about earlier, I think he's going to be used primarily as a wide receiver because the head coach is an offensive-minded guy. Excuse me. And I think that he really can use Travis Hunter in a number of ways. So, yeah, I think I think Travis Hunter is going to be solid there in Jacksonville. And I like the draft pick. I just am not crazy about what they gave up to get him.
Yeah. It is a lot to give up, but the Chargers on the clock here. Where do they go? Jim Harbaugh, of course, very hard-nosed football kind of guy. It worked last season. They make the playoffs, but it seems like they need a weapon. Now, they could have used a weapon last season. Instead, they went and got the best offensive tackle in the class over there in Joe Alt to immediately pay dividends. Right. I'm thinking they take wide receiver Matthew Golden at this point in the draft. What are your thoughts here about what the Chargers might do?
I would agree with that. That's kind of the next guy up at the wide receiver position now that Igbuka is gone and, Tet McMillan was gone earlier. I think it's the next best receiver that's out there, Matthew Golden. And I agree with you. I think the Chargers are looking to try and get a weapon here. to complete that offense, or at least get towards completing that offense. So I think it's going to be Matthew Golden right here. I can't think of anybody else that it might be instead of him if they're going receiver. So I got to say Matthew Golden here from Texas.
Yeah, Matthew Golden, you could see a little bit of potentially Luther Burden if you want to get a guy like that out of Missouri, another guy that has star potential with him over there. You've obviously got Ladd McConkey, who they grabbed in the second round last season, but wasn't enough there. I had him taking Colston Loveland. Obviously, he goes in the top 10 there to the Bears, which I really do like that pick a lot. Caleb asks, will any team trade out of the first round? We talked about teams potentially trading in, but on the opposite side of things, who are some teams that you think might trade out of the first round?
I think you could look at the Rams as a potential team that could trade out of the first round. I also look at one of the teams towards the bottom of the draft order, maybe the Chiefs or Eagles possibly trading out. And really, when you're trading out from that position in the draft, it's not even really that much of a trade, really, because you're in the last couple of picks of the draft, of the first round of the draft. So they wouldn't probably have to give up much of anything, probably wouldn't get much either in return for trading out. But I look at really the Rams or possibly the Chiefs or Eagles. That's kind of the only ones I'm really thinking of, because I don't think a team like the Texans, I don't think they trade out because they need to address the tackle position because of their mind-boggling decision to let go of Laramie Tunsil this offseason. So they need to try and fix that and get a replacement for him. So I don't think they trade out of the first round. So the Rams, I think, would be the next best candidate to possibly trade out. But I don't know. I'd be very surprised if anybody traded out at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you. I don't think teams will be trading out. I think you could see potentially maybe the Eagles trade out of the first round at spot 32 for a team to get their quarterback of the future. That's where maybe I think Shedeur Sanders will stop his skid, if he ever does stop his skid at all. That's the one spot I could see it if a team, maybe not the Browns because they would draft him at 36, but maybe the Giants would be interested in getting another quarterback, whether that be Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders, potentially the Eagles. But that's the only team that I really think would be trading out of the first round at this point. With the way this board is falling, there's going to be some really talented players down the stretch of this first round, and there's going to be some guys that I think fall that we don't expect them to. The Chargers might be looking to trade back here. Again, the clock is running out. I expect them to make a pick any second now. 1 second on the clock here. Yep. They're a really interesting team. They make the playoffs in the first year of this Jim Harbaugh system. He just seems to win wherever he goes. What the biggest weakness for them, definitely on the offensive side of the ball. Could we see them just take best available, address a little bit of a weakness in the cornerback room, take Will Johnson out of Michigan, another Michigan guy for Harbaugh? How much do you think how possible do you think that is?
I think it's pretty possible, but I think it's more likely they take a wide receiver because I think that's a bigger area of need. Jim Harbaugh he's a Michigan guy. I get it. So him being enamored with Will Johnson is not, something that would be surprising to me, and rightfully so. Will Johnson is a very good player. So, but I just think, I know they got Ladd McConkey last year in the second round, but I still think that they need to add to that receiver room. I'm not sold on Quentin Johnston, and Mike Williams being re-signed, I don't think really means anything. He's just a depth piece for the most part. So I think wide receiver makes a ton of sense, but corner also makes a ton of sense too. So I think it could be either receiver or corner.
Yeah, definitely something that could happen here. Another one, Amarian Hampton. Right now they're rocking with a running back room that is currently full of Najee Harris. I know you might not like him too much. I don't know what your thoughts are there. They've let J.K. Dobbins walk. Do they take a running back like Amarian Hampton sitting here on the board? That's another spot they might go.
No, I don't think they do. I don't have any ill feelings towards Najee Harris. I appreciated what he brought to the Steelers. He was very reliable. didn't have any injuries, rarely fumbled, and he was a 1,000-yard back in each of the 4 seasons he was the starter in Pittsburgh. So, yeah, I can't really fault him for any of that. I just think he was ready to move on. The Steelers themselves were ready to move on. The thing about Najee Harris is he's a good in between the tackles type of runner, but he thinks he's a good edge rusher or edge runner or getting to the outside. He thinks he's fast enough to do that, but he's not. That's not his game. He runs best when he's running north and south and stiff arming people into the ground like we've seen him do a couple of times. He's like he's always put me in the mind of like a miniature Derrick Henry. Just, obviously not really. He's not on that same level, not by any means. He doesn't have the breakaway speed and the explosiveness that Derrick Henry has. But he's similar in this, not just because he's from Alabama also and wore the same number, but it's also because he's a physical kind of running back. And he's just, I like him a lot, and I like him for the Chargers, and I hope that I hope he has a good career because I do like him overall. But here we go. You called it, actually.
There it is.
I'll let you take over.
Not something that I thought they would do. It is something that makes sense. We were talking about it, but at pick 22, the Los Angeles Chargers have brought in running back Omarion Hampton from North Carolina. The way you talk about Najee Harris is the way that I think is accurate for Omarion Hampton, which a Harbaugh kind of guy. Absolutely. When you talk about that, a bruiser of a running back, Gus Edwards is still over there, right? This is going to be a very big physical backfield over there. But having a guy like Omarion Hampton fall to you, it just makes sense for this team. It really does. What are your thoughts on the Chargers selection?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to find some playing time in that running back room. I mean, it's a loaded running back room in there now, but Omarion Hampton, I think, could challenge to be the starter over Najee Harris. So that's the kind of thing that it's just, I'm kind of surprised by it, to be honest with you. I thought they signed Najee Harris with the intent on him being RB1, but by them drafting Omarion Hampton here, that's a starting running back. Omarion Hampton is not a spell Najee Harris kind of guy. He is a starting running back. So I don't know what this means for Najee Harris, to be quite honest with you. I don't think he's going to get as many carries as maybe he initially thought, or as, not as accomplished as Kirk Cousins or anything like that. But, by essentially signing a starting caliber running back in free agency and then going ahead and drafting a starting caliber running back in the NFL draft in the first round, it just doesn't make a ton of sense to me why they went running back here. But, it is what it is, I guess. And I kind of feel bad for Najee Harris, to be quite honest with you.
It feels more like a philosophy thing for Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers there. Get your brand of football in. Clearly it works. He wins everywhere he goes. I don't hate this pick. I would have liked to see a wide receiver go here, but I definitely don't hate Omarion Hampton here. I think he'll fit really well with Jim Harbaugh, his hard-nosed running style of football, and I think they'll probably do a time split, honestly. You don't want to wear out your running backs, having two guys, Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton, that can come in day one and immediately, help out the offense. That's the only reason you would take someone with a first-round pick. But the Green Bay Packers are on the clock here, and they have the opportunity to do something that they haven't done in nearly 20 years, and that is draft an offensive weapon for Jordan Love. We've seen players, Josh Jacobs, come out and say we need a true wide receiver one. There's a lot of places they could go. Will Johnston still on the board there. There's obviously the talks with Jair Alexander about a trade. They need edge rush bad. Get a guy like Donovan Ezeraku. Get a guy on the edge that could come in and just win. Maybe a James Pierce goes here. There's a lot of spots they could go. Offense, defense. The philosophy says defense, but what do you have the Packers doing here?
I have them go an edge rusher. I had them taking James Pierce out of Tennessee, but I could definitely see other players possibly being there instead. But Will Johnson, the whole situation there in Green Bay, it kind of makes it a little iffy as far as what you're going to do at corner with Jair Alexander. possibly wanting to be traded. So maybe they go secondary, maybe they go Will Johnson here, but I think edge rusher is a much greater need for the Packers. And I think that's where they go here. I can't imagine they pass up taking an edge rusher here. So that's just where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I'm a little torn here. I would have said the same thing if Will Johnson were not available. I might go Will Johnson here. He's slid far enough. I know there's some injury concerns, and maybe you don't want to do that with a 6'2" corner. But I love Will Johnson too much for him to slide a lot further than this. I think they go that here, but edge is a huge weakness for them. I thought they would be in on trades for potentially Myles Garrett and potentially Trey Hendrickson, especially being in the NFC. Maybe they can still get that done. There's a lot of edge rushers left. We talked about it. Maybe we see them trade up in the second round to get an edge, but it's hard to pass up more weapons. You talked about stars offensively in Josh Jacobs, especially with the injuries to Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs and everybody that continues to be unable to stay healthy. It's hard to pass up a wide receiver here. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do here because I think there's a lot of options, and I think they would all be correct. Whether that be Will Johnson or Matthew Golden or getting a guy like Ezeraku or like Caleb says, Mike Green, guys like that on the edge.
I was just gonna say.
There's a lot of places.
Just gonna say that actually.
A lot of places that they could go.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, because Mike Green is my love child in this draft, and the fact that he is still out there is pretty surprising to me. So I originally said James Pierce for the Packers, but with Mike Green still out there, I think you got to take Mike Green here. If I'm the Packers, I mean James Pierce is great, but Mike Green I think has better upside. So yeah, I would take Mike Green here.
Yeah, and Caleb also asked why Mike Green is sliding. The reason I think he's sliding, there are some alleged stuff with character concerns, which I haven't seen any confirmed reports about that, but I doubt that's the reason. I think it's because he went to Marshall, right? A Sunbelt school, and I went to a Sunbelt school with JMU, which is, which I completely respect the Sunbelt for, but I think that kind of lack of elite competition is scaring some teams off. Why do you think he's fallen?
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason. That off the field stuff, that the potential character issues or anything like that. That could be why. But he's a great player, and so many guys come into the league with quote unquote character issues.
Right.
There's so many guys that end up being so talented anyway, and they're still really great players. But when they were coming out of college into the draft, character issues were a concern, and that's why they dropped so far. For me, it's what you do on the field. If he doesn't have anything egregious in his background in terms of off the field stuff, if it's just like, young guy attitude, you know what I mean? So if it's something like that, that's fine. You can live with that, especially if he, makes plays for you. But if it's anything serious, that's a whole other story.
Absolutely.
But, if it's just like attitude and stuff like that, I think you can kind of get past that or work around that, and still have a quality player like Mike Green. And I do think it's more about him going to Marshall than it is about his, potential character issues.
And I tend to agree with you, Matt, but the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers. They have selected wide receiver Matthew Golden out of Texas. The first time in, forever since they picked a offensive player in the first round. Getting Jordan Love could potentially be a wide receiver 1. They have a stable of wide receiver 2s, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, all of these guys up and down their team, all wide receiver 2s. Is Matthew Golden a wide receiver 1 caliber guy? I'm not sure if he is. I like this pick, though. You add more speed, especially with Christian Watson now being out for basically the whole season. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this pick, Matt?
Well, the one thing that you got to also remember that take a look at some of the teams that have won Super Bowls in recent years. Not all of them have studs at wide receiver. A lot of them have like role player kind of guys who contribute in other different ways that may not throw crazy numbers at you and all that, but they still are able to get the job done. And I think the Packers are building a very workman-like receiver room. especially by getting Matthew Golden here. He's a speedy guy. He could slide in as the number one receiver just simply because the other receivers in that group, especially with the Christian Watson injury, a lot of those guys are already number two guys. So I tend to like Matthew Golden more so than any of the guys that they have on their roster currently. So he could slate in as the number one guy for all I know. It's going to depend on what happens with Christian Watson, because he's probably going to miss some time this year with that late season injury he had last year.
Yeah, first time since 2002 the Packers drafted an offensive weapon. That is when I was born. So that is a very long time for you.
Way to make me feel old, Jeremy.
Had to give you something there, Matt. But
2002.
2002. Yeah, I know. There's Ann,
You're
right?
a baby.
But yes, Matthew Golden, I do like this pick. The one thing we have to see is how exactly this is going to, how exactly he's going to mesh in this wide receiver room, and if he can establish himself as that dominant wide receiver one, then it'll be worth it. But they desperately needed another weapon. I do like this pick a lot. I would have liked to see it in years past when there was a stronger wide receiver class, but hindsight is 2020 is what they all say. Minnesota on the clock here is in a very interesting situation. There is, again, and I'm going to keep saying it until he gets picked, Will Johnson just sitting here on the board. Injury history is really holding him back here, but there's other secondary players out there. Malachi Starks is someone that I know both me and you are really high on at that safety position. As some of their safeties get a little bit older. Harrison Smith isn't going to be able to play football forever. You do need him. You need a replacement for him. Nick Emanwari has climbed up boards. I'm not a huge fan of him. Maybe you grab a safety like that, but God, I can't sit here and pass up Will Johnson. It sounds like a broken alarm clock, right? But it's going to be right twice a day. Will Johnson is someone that I absolutely love. Maybe go for defensive tackle, although a lot of the top-tier defensive tackles are off the board at this point. It's hard to ignore a guy like that. What are your thoughts on this pick?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is hard to ignore that guy. It's kind of surprising that he's, fallen this far. But for the Vikings, and also I did want to just mention this before I forget, because I don't know if you saw this or not. Since you're a Giants fan, the Giants are, according to sources, trying to get back into the first round here.
All
so
right.
Just something to think about. And I actually wanted to get your thoughts as a Giants fan on that.
Yeah, that's big news. That sounds like Jackson Dart to me. I don't like Jackson Dart. But that does sound like the plan that it was heading in. Apparently, Brian Dable really loves Jackson Dart heading in this draft. I wouldn't be shocked if the Giants sneak their way back into the first round so they can get that fifth round option, that fifth year option, I should say, on a potential quarterback. Tommy DeVito probably gone. I'm not sure if it's actually going to happen, but I would target potentially spot 32 with the Eagles. I know a Giants-Eagles trade might sound preposterous right now, but they get Shedeur Sanders there, especially with his slide. If they get back into the first round, I can't see them picking anybody else.
You don't know what the last notable quarterback that was taken number 32 overall?
Who's that?
That was Lamar Jackson.
That's right. It was Lamar Jackson. So maybe we get another Lamar Jackson and Jalen Milroe, who I love Jalen Milroe. But I could absolutely see it happening. The Vikings, the Giants, excuse me. The Giants are a team that desperately needs a long-term answer at quarterback. I love Jameis Winston. He's going to have a fun season if he starts. If not, Russell Wilson will be able to do his thing. This is just going to be an okay season at best, and it's nothing more than a placeholder. You get Shedeur Sanders end of the first after you get a potential all-generational talent in Abdul Carter. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, it's pretty solid draft. So who would you say at this point in the draft, we're on the 24th pick, so who would you say has had the best first round so far? Like, who's had the best pick?
Yeah,
or just not necessarily like the best player, but just the best fit, the best overall decision to draft a particular guy.
Yeah, honestly, I like what the Browns have done. I know they moved out of a spot to draft Travis Hunter, but Travis Hunter in exchange for another first round pick and Mason Graham, I don't hate that at all. I
Mhm.
really don't. You get a second round pick where you can potentially find your quarterback of the future. I think the Browns have done a very good job overall in this draft. I think they're my winners of pre the end of first round.
Right. Yeah, I would probably agree with you just in the sense of that trade, them able to keep their first round pick and then get an additional one next year and then getting that second round pick, I think is the sweet spot right there. That's the sweet spot in that entire trade is that number 36 pick that they acquired from Jacksonville, because I think that is going to be where Shador Sanders ends up going, is right there. I don't think he falls past that point. Um, if the Giants were to trade back into the first round, what do you think the likelihood is that they draft Shador Sanders?
If he's still there, 100%. I think they love him. But as you're saying that, the Giants are on the clock. Real quick, wow. Giants are on the clock at pick 25. We have to talk about the Vikings. The Vikings have selected offensive tackle / guard out of Ohio State, Donovan Jackson. Not my favorite pick right now. I'm not going to lie to you. They've been rebuilding that offensive line. They got a center and a guard from the Colts already, and they're trying to just, I guess, get everything in place for J.J. McCarthy. I would have liked to see them go defensive a little bit. But the Giants are on the clock, man. Real quick? What do you think of Donovan Jackson?
I didn't have him listed as the guy that the Vikings would take. I originally had Tyler Booker going to the Vikings at guard there at number 24, but obviously he was taken way too early in my opinion. But this is kind of an interesting pick here. I think they could have probably gotten better players available. As Josh Simmons is still available, right?
Still available. That's the head scratcher here. If you wanted a tackle or a guard, I don't know.
Yeah, I would have went Josh Simmons in this case,
right.
But
trade
that's
compensation
just my opinion.
here.
But okay, so the Giants.
Trade compensation here for the Giants, as they are back on the clock at 25. Seems like Shador Sanders, if I had to guess. The Giants are trading for pick 25, the 34 pick in the draft, so second round, the 99 pick in this draft, so that is third round, and a second third. A second third next year in 2026. This is an aggressive move for Joe Shane and the New York Giants. Brian Daboll and him are on the hottest seat in the league right now. They need this to work right now, and I gotta say, I'm a fan of this. I'm a fan of this trade. I would have penciled them in potentially doing something like this a little later. Giving up 34, 99, and a third next year is, I'd like to have kept at least the third this year, but I don't hate this at all. I don't hate this at all. I don't hate this.
The only thing that I'm surprised of this whole thing is the team that you traded with, which was the Texans. Because I just said a few minutes ago that I don't think the Texans will trade out of the first round because they have a need at tackle.
Yeah,
and then they go ahead and do exactly that.
I guess they're looking at the board and they're seeing Josh Simmons fall. Maybe they think they can get him at that pick 34. I don't hate the trade for them.
Maybe they're thinking Josh Connerly is still out there too.
Josh Connerly's there. The Chiefs are most likely going to take a tackle.
Maybe Simmons goes to the Chiefs.
That's the line of thinking that I'm on right now. So it's a little weird then. But regardless of that, this is huge. I would assume the Giants are taking a quarterback here. I hope they take Jalen Milroe.
What if they don't?
I hope
they don't take a quarterback, who are they taking?
They're taking a quarterback. There's no doubt in my mind that they're trading. They wouldn't have traded up otherwise. The Giants, I think I really want Jalen Milroe because he's the guy that if you let him sit could develop into something special. He's got the highest ceiling. Shedeur Sanders, I think I would take next, and then Jackson Dart. I don't think there's anybody other than those three that could go here. It's going to be really interesting to see. The pick is in. I haven't seen exactly what the pick is, but the pick is in for the New York Giants at pick number 25. I hope it's Jalen Milroe. It's not going to be Jalen Milroe. I know that for a fact because they just haven't really had those conversations.
Going to be Shedeur Sanders.
I wouldn't mind Shedeur Sanders. I think the one that I would mind the most is Jackson Dart. Like, I just don't see what other teams see in him as a potential first round pick. He's QB4 in this draft for me. I'm not a big fan of what Jackson Dart brings to the table as far as ceiling or floor. I think he's got the lowest floor and probably the lowest ceiling. I'm not going to lie. I just think overall it's the wrong decision if Jackson Dart does get picked. Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders, fingers crossed. We will have to see.
Do you think either one of those guys get any playing time this year if they're drafted by the Giants?
They're not ready. They're not ready. Shedeur Sanders, potentially, but any of the other two, they're not ready. They would sit, which is fine. You've got two guys that are really good to learn from. This, unfortunately, means no more Tommy DeVito, no more chicken cutlets. Yeah. It's going to be really sad.
Well, they haven't picked yet, so you don't know.
So we're gonna have to see, Matt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not very optimistic about how this is going to go. They've been really high. Like I said earlier on in the draft, apparently Brian Daboll loves Jackson Dart. And I'm scared that it's going to happen. I really would be angry, honestly, if that happened. I'm not a fan. Give me Shedeur Sanders. Give me Jalen Milroe. Come on.
I've seen the pick.
You've seen the pick? Another trade. The Falcons are on the clock. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. The pick is in, Matt. Who is it?
The pick is in with the 25th overall selection. The New York Football Giants take your favorite quarterback, Jackson Dart, out of Ole Miss. I am not. Jackson Dart.
That sucks so much. Oh, that sucks so much. Okay.
I will let you have the floor.
Jackson Dart. Out of Ole Miss is a project quarterback, just like everybody else in this class. Shedeur Sanders was the most accurate quarterback of all time at 74%. Jalen Milroe has the highest upside out of anybody in this class, and instead they get Jackson Dart, who, like I said just minutes ago, is the lowest floor, lowest ceiling for me. This is one of those things that could absolutely ruin everything. That I've been talking about not reacting too strongly to a draft pick, but I'm not super excited about this. Jackson Dart, QB of the future, I could come around on, but he is QB4 in this draft for me. I would have loved, especially if he's not getting playing time this year, to draft Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. I just don't see it. We're looking at the next Zach Wilson here, I think, in New York. I'm not a fan of his.
The other thing that I don't really understand about it is that I don't think that they needed to trade up to get him. I think he would have been available if they wanted to pick him in the second round. He would have been there, I think, because there's not a single team, even the Falcons trading up back into the first round. They're not taking a quarterback. So there's nobody in the rest of this draft at this point that's going to take a quarterback in this first round. So I don't understand why the Giants were willing to give up those assets to get a guy like Jackson Dart when they very easily could have just picked him with their second round pick and not given up any kind of draft capital in order to do that. So I don't really quite understand that as far as that. And even if they were to take Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe, to move up in the first round to do that, I think is a massive mistake because they didn't need to.
Well, here's the thing. it really sounded like it was going to be Shadur Sanders with this trade. Tate in the comments said, "I'm shocked that they skipped Shadur Sanders," which, yes, you trade back into the first round for what seemed like consensus QB2, but the rumors had been strong that Brian Dable loved Jackson Dart, something I saw coming, but definitely not fun as a Giants fan here. The Falcons are back on the clock, though. They have traded back into the first round with the Los Angeles
LA.
Rams here.
See, I said the Rams were a potential team that could be trading out of the first round, and that's exactly what happened.
Right. This move, I'm really not sure what it signals. They passed on a true edge rusher, taking Jalen Walker out of Georgia in the first with their first pick in this draft. At number 26, you assume potentially Mike Green out of Marshall, a guy that was popularly mocked to them at 15. Where else might they go? Do they need another corner? Again, Will Johnson still sliding. You have another guy in Josh Simmons that's sliding. What's your analysis here with the Falcons trading back in?
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss. I don't know where they'll go other than maybe going Mike Green here. Because like you said, they passed on having a true edge rusher when they went and got Jalen Walker earlier in the draft. So I don't know what they might do here, to be honest. If it's Mike Green, I guess that makes sense, but maybe Will Johnson. Maybe this is where maybe they see, but that's the thing. It's like he's been falling. So, like, do they really even need to trade into this round to get him? Because who knows? He could even fall completely out of the first round.
So let's talk about this compensation real quick. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is so much.
No, yeah.
The Falcons have received this first round pick as well as a third later on in exchange for their number 46 overall pick in the second round this year, a 7th round pick this year, and 2026 first round pick. That is crazy.
That's a lot.
To move up.
That's a lot to give
move up 20 spots overall. But to move in for maybe not a super clear reason, I don't understand it. That is so much to give up here for the Atlanta Falcons. I can't imagine that this works out for them. I don't think there's a prospect in this draft right now that's really worth another first round pick.
Is the NFL draft drunk tonight? Like, what is going on? What is going on with these guys? Like, I don't understand some of these moves here. You know, like you said with this Falcons move, like you're giving up so much to move up, like just 20 spots, which may seem like a lot, but when you take into account what day 2 is going to be like in terms of the talent, and especially with all the talent that has already fallen this far, it's like I feel like you don't need to trade into the first round at this point. If you're any team, you just ride it out the way it goes now. And the fact that they gave up as much as they did to do that, it boggles my mind. I'm not really sure what they're doing here. But then again, the Falcons made a very head-scratching draft choice last year as well. So they're just in the business of confusing people, I guess. So that's kind of where we're at. So.
Let's see, Matt. The pick is in. And for a future first-round pick, the Atlanta Falcons at number 26 overall, trading back into the first for Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce Jr., a really interesting selection. We talked about him at the top of our show here today, about a guy that was at the beginning of the season projected to potentially be the number 1 overall pick. He falls to 26, which is about the range that we were expecting, but the Falcons trade back in for him. What's your reaction to this?
I'm kind of taken aback by it, to be honest. I don't think this, I mean, I liked James Pierce. You know, I had him actually listed a few picks before 26, but considering what, it just kind of all goes back to that. Considering what the Falcons gave up to move up and get James Pierce Jr., I don't think it matches, you know, with what they gave up. I don't understand it. But I mean, they got an edge rusher. They needed an edge rusher, so they addressed that need. But Mike Green is still out there. I don't know. I don't know why people just continue to pass on him and pass on Will Johnson as well. it just, I just don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that are still out here that still haven't gone. James Pierce Jr., I don't mind this pick. And Caleb in the chat, a Falcons fan, says he can live with it. Needed a defensive end badly. I agree with that kind of sentiment. You can live with it,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's the price you paid. It's this guy has to be worth now 2 first-round picks and a second,
Mhm.
which I just can't see him being. The Ravens and the Ravens on the clock here, I think might have lucked into a really good spot. But
Mhm.
I just again, I don't really understand what the Falcons were thinking there.
Yeah.
A couple of bonehead decisions back to back, I think. Not going to be the
Yeah.
happiest in the morning in New York or Atlanta. But Baltimore on the clock here
Mhm.
at pick number 27 could go a lot of ways. Again, I keep saying it. Will Johnson, their biggest weakness last year was in the secondary. There's 2 players I'm highlighting here. Will Johnson to play corner or Malachi Starks to let them do what they want to do with Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton in that defense was the most effective when he was able to play down low, but they started off the season with him playing up high. I think they might go Malachi Starks. He can play that Kyle Hamilton kind of role while Kyle Hamilton gets to be that bird's eye view kind of safety, deepest man on the field. There's a couple places they could go, but in my mind, it's between Malachi Starks and Will Johnson here.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, but I actually had them going edge rusher here. I originally had them going Shamar Stewart, but um, obviously that's not going to happen. So maybe this is a Mike Green spot, possibly for the Ravens here. So they're never shy about getting defensive linemen to help pressure the quarterback like they always do. But I could see secondary safety. I don't know. I mean, I understand your point about being able to let Kyle Hamilton kind of roam free, sort of play his game. But I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Maybe they go edge rusher here. I kind of have a feeling they're going to go edge rusher for some reason.
And
Nick Amon-Worry is still out there too at safety, so
Yeah.
that's just another little nugget there.
there's a lot of places they could go. One place that I think is flying under the radar as far as secondary, as away from secondary, I should say, is the defensive line, the defensive tackle spot. They lost Michael Pierce to retirement, big number 58 down there. He retired this season. That's a spot they could go as well at the defensive tackle position after losing their nose. If there's anybody out there that they like, potentially a guy like a Darius Alexander or something is out there, someone out of Toledo that I'm a big fan of in this draft. There's a lot of places they could go. Either way, I think it's defense. My prediction, I'm going with Malachi Starks as the guy they take.
Okay, I'm going to go either Mike Green or Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle out of Ohio State. That's my 2 predictions.
All right. Well, looks like the pick is in. They are taking safety Malachi Starks out of Georgia.
There you go.
Malachi Starks, as we talked about, what he's going to be able to do with this team is give Kyle Hamilton that freedom to roam, right? You're going to be able to give Kyle Hamilton that ability to play that high safety like the Ravens started the season off last year while still having that presence that they had with Kyle Hamilton there. The world of football and positional values kind of been flipped on its head in recent years with the running back takeover that was last year and Kyle Hamilton and guys like that playing this linebacker hybrid safety where guys like this wouldn't usually go in the first round. I'm a big fan of this pick. I really like this fit in Baltimore. I think this was their dream pick coming into the draft.
Yeah, I could see that for sure, and I think it is a good pick for the Ravens. And it just sucks for me as a Steeler fan because that's just another guy I got to worry about. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Their secondary was kind of their biggest issue last year. They did get better as the season went on when they brought back in Dean Pease to assist with the defensive play calling duties. So when that happened, they started to really play a lot better. But they still have some holes in that secondary, and Malachi Starks will definitely help because Kyle Hamilton is probably one of the most underrated safeties in the game. I think he's up there as one of the best in the entire NFL. But I just feel like he doesn't get as much recognition for whatever reason. Maybe it's because he's on a team with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. But, he is a tremendous, tremendous safety. So having him some extra room to kind of move around and, play that sort of role that Troy Polamalu played when he was in Pittsburgh, kind of roaming free and kind of bouncing around the field. So you always have to keep your eyes on where he is because he is a playmaker. And, Kyle Hamilton is similar to that in that vein. He's not obviously like Troy Polamalu, who's a Hall of Fame, one of the best safeties to ever play the game, but he's got that same type of play style. He can move around the field, and that's where he plays best. He's kind of like a younger Minka Fitzpatrick, really. So I really like Kyle Hamilton, and Malachi Starks is a great addition to that already pretty solid defense that they have over there.
Yes, absolutely. Tate in the chat says this has been a crazy draft. I am shocked that Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Let's talk about Shedeur Sanders just a little bit, because he kind of is that linchpin that kind of everyone's tracking. He's going to be that story in the green room. Oh, the guy's sitting there for way too long. It doesn't seem like he's going in the first round. And I know we've talked about this a whole bunch already, how the Browns seem poised to take him at 36, but the Giants passing him up at 25 after everything that they had been through together, as far as the pre-draft process, the private workouts, and everything from Giants scouts. How bad can this get? Can he slide past the Browns? Do you think the Browns might take Jalen Milroe instead of him? How far does he fall?
I don't think the Browns take Jalen Milroe instead of him. I think if he's still there when the Browns pick in the second round, I think that's where he's going. When the Giants moved up, I assumed that they were going to take Shedeur Sanders with that move, but obviously they took, the next best guy, Jackson Dart. So, so that it's kind of interesting. I kind of had a feeling that this might happen with Shedeur Sanders. Dropping all this weight, because he's not going to get picked in this first round. I think that's pretty much evident unless we get a last minute trade right before the end of this draft, because we're only about 4 or 5 picks away from the end of the draft here. So if someone's going to make a move, they've got to make it now. So I think Sanders he's going to fall to tomorrow, and he's going to be taken by the Browns at 36, I believe.
And with the Lions on the clock, you talk about potential trade downs. Obviously, this is a spot for edge rusher for me. If they were to take this pick, you talk about a guy like Mike Green, who's been falling. You talk about a guy like Nick Scourton out of Texas A&M. Guys like that are near the top of the first round or near first round grades. Donovan Ezeraku is still available. Do you think they take, or do you think they're a trade out candidate? And if not, who do you have them taking at pick 28?
Well, I originally had them taking Michael Williams, but I think I'm just going to keep saying it until it's right. I'm going to say Mike Green here from Marshall. Eventually, I'll be right. I'm sure of it. But
that's how it goes. Eventually, Will Johnson and Mike Green will go, and we'll be right about it when that happens. This doesn't feel like a Will Johnson spot. This does feel like edge rusher. No. I'm leaning toward, I guess, Mike Green here. He's probably the best on the board. Sneaky Donovan Ezeraku spot here for you, though. Definitely something to watch out for. But this is a Lions team that needs a lot of things, Matt. Outside of edge, what are some other positions that they could use or you could see them going?
Corner, to be honest. I mean, they lost Carlton Davis this offseason. And there's a Michigan guy that still happens to be available right now, Will Johnson. So, I think that it's possible he could go here, and the Lions will shore up that secondary a little bit. But they do need some depth help along that defensive line. They were absolutely massacred with injuries on that defense last year. So they obviously you can't really predict that. That just is kind of one of those unfortunate things that happens. But you want to be prepared for it at the same time. So you want to have as much depth as you can get. And you still have Aiden Hutchinson, who is going to be returning from that ACL injury, should be good to go by training camp and all that stuff. He probably could have went if they went to the Super Bowl this year, but that didn't happen, obviously. So I like Mike Green here, but I could see Will Johnson here too. So we'll have to see. guess.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a corner spot for me. You bring up them losing Carlton Davis, but they bring in DJ Reed to replace him, who I
Mhm.
like DJ Reed a lot. They spent some money on that secondary. They obviously drafted Terrion Arnold last year in the secondary, so it feels like they're pretty much set at corner. But again, it never hurts to have depth at any position in the NFL, especially one as physically demanding as the cornerback position where injuries just happen and it's a shorter lifespan at that position. I could absolutely see them doing it, but I'm going to lock in I'm going to lock in Donovan Ezaraku actually as my pick for the Detroit Lions to go
Mhm.
at number 28. What is your official prediction?
My official prediction is Mike Green. I have Donovan Ezaraku going to the Commanders in the very next pick because they are a team that needs edge rusher help as well. They struggled against the run mightily too, so you could potentially see them go defensive tackle as well. But uh, excuse me, I think it's for the Lions. I'm going to lock in Mike Green here. That's who I think is going to go.
All right, the pick is in for the Lions. The Lions are selecting Ohio State defensive tackle Tyleik
Mhm.
Williams. How about that? This is a name that I did
Yeah.
not have going in the first round at all. I know you had him go at 32 to the Eagles. He's a guy that I was convinced was not going to make it. He was someone that kind of fell a little further behind a lot of those defensive tackles there. Tyleik Williams still a very solid defender. You had him in your first round. Talk to me a little bit about what the Lions are getting out of this guy.
I think they're getting a pretty solid guy. I mean, he didn't have crazy numbers. If you take a look at last year, he had 2.5 sacks and about 8 tackles for loss. So still productive, but not the best defensive tackle that's in the class, of course. But I still think that they're getting a solid player here. Defensive tackle, it's kind of I'm kind of surprised that they went defensive tackle. To be honest, I thought they would try and kind of gravitate more towards edge rusher here. And I thought maybe the Commanders would be more likely to take a defensive tackle with the 29th pick. But I still think they're getting a pretty solid player overall. But he's still got some work to do. He's not, I wouldn't say he's, your prototypical, diehard crazy defensive tackle guy or whatever. He's going to make crazy numbers. I think he's got a lot of fine tuning in his game he still needs to do, but he can still be very effective for the Lions. And they've got a ton of talent on that team as it is, and I believe in Coach Dan Campbell as well. So I'm sure he'll end up being just fine in Detroit. So we'll have to see, I guess. Only time will tell, as they say.
Absolutely. No, Dan Campbell and the Lions, that GM head coach combo, have a very solid history when it comes to the draft. So not much to question there. It's not a pick that I would have done. Again, we talked about it. Some edge players are falling here, which is kind of perfect for the Commanders. They have their pick of the little litter here at edge. They could also add corner. Again, I'm going to say it. We're going to say it till we get it right? Will Johnson, Mike Green, these guys that are falling from the top 10 potential, top 15 potential, now sitting at pick 29 in danger of missing the first round altogether. Obviously, there's some reasons for that, but it's got to be a spot for one of them, right? We talked about Donovan Ezaraku, and as much as I like him, I think Mike Green is just a more explosive athlete, and I think he should go ahead of him. But it does definitely feel like it's between those two for me, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that because I had Mike Green going much further or much earlier than this. So that's why I originally had Donovan Ezaraku going to the Commanders. But now with Mike Green still available, again, like you said, we're going to keep saying it till we're right. That's who I think they're taking. And I actually think Will Johnson will not fall past number 30. I think the Bills take him.
If he's there at 30, that's the quickest card in NFL history, right?
Mhm.
This is a guy
that's actually what I mocked originally. I had mocked Will Johnson to the Bills at 30.
Yeah, no, the
So,
Bills
didn't-
got destroyed at corner because, of course, injuries in the AFC Championship game led them to have, Kyer Elam on the field, which not really what you want in a super
You don't
important
want.
game. That's where the Chiefs attacked them. they should get a corner immediately. If it happens, Washington could stop them here. Will Johnson, Mike Green, still available. Looking at the best players available, at least according to ESPN, everybody has their different rankings. Jahad Campbell is still here as well. He's a name that is falling a lot further than I thought he would. He's the best. He's the second best linebacker in this class for me. A class that's a really solid linebacker class. What about him? Where does he fall? Does he fall out of the first round for you?
I think there's a possibility he could maybe go to the Chiefs at 31, but outside of that, I mean, we could be looking at a scenario in which he does fall out of the first round, which is crazy to me. But that's just kind of where we're at right now. Eagles could be. I mean, maybe not the Eagles because they did just re-sign Zach Bond, so maybe they're not looking at linebacker really. But the Chiefs possibly. Other than that, I mean, I don't think the Commanders go linebacker here or, corner for that matter. I think edge rusher is the pick for the Commanders. And like you said, what we just talked about with the Bills, I think you run to the podium to take Will Johnson at number 30. So, yeah, I think out of the remaining teams, probably the Chiefs are probably most likely to get Jahad Campbell. I still don't think that's what's going to happen. But if I had to choose between those teams, I'd probably say the Chiefs are most likely.
Yeah, there are 5 guys that are falling and 4 spots to go that I thought would go in the first round. Of course, you have Josh Simmons, offensive tackle out of Ohio State. You have Shadur Sanders, the big headline. Will Johnson, Mike Green, we've talked to death about, and Jahad Campbell. Which one of those guys is for sure, outside of Shadur Sanders, which one of those guys do you think is most likely to fall out of the first round at this point?
I honestly think Mike Green. The way because I mean, I know I said Mike Green for the Commanders, but just the way things have been going, for some reason, people are kind of getting scared off of him. And the way the draft has been going, I just feel like maybe Mike Green falls out of the first round altogether, which I still think is pretty crazy when you look back at everything that's happened. But Sanders is absolutely falling out of the first round. There's no doubt in my mind about that now. So that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. So, yeah, I'd have to say Mike Green because I don't think Will Johnson gets past the Bills. I think the Bills take him. The Eagles are not going to take a corner. And the Chiefs,
They could take a corner.
They could take a corner possibly, but I don't think the Eagles do. I think that's absolutely not. They don't take a corner.
The Eagles moved
here.
off of Darius Slay. I could see them looking for a replacement for him.
But they still have Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, the young corners they drafted last year. So that kind of makes me think that they're not going to go corner here with their 32nd pick.
You're probably right about that. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders, though. It is not any of the guys we've been talking about, Matt. It's offensive tackle Josh Connerly Jr. out of Oregon, a guy that I had mocked simply because he was the next guy at that offensive tackle position to the Chiefs. This one is a little shocking. There's a couple of guys that I did not expect to get drafted as high as they are that have now gone. What do you think of this pick for the Washington Commanders?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't like it. I don't. The Commanders, their problems are not on offense. Their problems are on defense, and specifically the defensive line. They were one of the worst teams in the NFL in defending the run last year. This does nothing to help that. Their offense is still very good, and they'll still be in games just because of that offense. But this is another situation that's similar to the Bengals, when you have a glaring hole at a certain position and you just ignore it. And that's what I think the Commanders are doing right here. It's not because they didn't pick Mike Green, but I don't like the pick. I think there were greater needs on this team, and taking an offensive tackle, though he may be a pretty solid offensive tackle, when his career is all said and done and everything, I just think there's a greater need on defense for the Commanders.
For sure. You talk about need. This didn't quite fit it, but there were some injuries to Washington's offensive line, some guys that left. One of the reasons they were so successful, especially early on in the season, because that offensive line kind of quietly was really good. Now, fell apart down the stretch. Sam Cosmi, who got an extension, was dealing with injuries. I don't think this was a position out of need, but I would have liked them to address the defense in the first round. I think Peters has done an excellent job as the GM over there since coming over to Washington, but I don't love this pick. I don't love Josh Connerly Jr. either as an offensive tackle prospect. I think if you're going to take an offensive tackle again, I know there's injury questions, but take Josh Simmons. He is a guy that legitimately could be the best offensive tackle in this class. It's a scary injury, I'm aware, but he's falling, and with the Bills on the board, as we talked a little bit about with the Commanders, he should fall again. This feels like Chiefs written all over them, and they're just going to get yet another all-pro to add to that offensive line, of course. But Bills,
Yeah.
we talked about it. I assume Will Johnson is the pick for them. Things have been crazy, though. What are some potential other outcomes for the Bills here, do you think?
Mike Green, possibly? No, I think it's going to be Will Johnson. But I mean, of course, we've been wrong about a lot of things here tonight. But yeah, I think it just makes the most sense. They, like you said, they were absolutely brutalized as far as the secondary and corner in particular last year, and particular in that AFC Championship game. So I think they definitely need to address that position, and he's the best corner available in the draft. You know, if you take away Travis Hunter, wide receiver corner combination, I'm talking about just a guy that just plays one position. You know, Will Johnson is the best that is available, and he's probably the best of this draft outside of Travis Hunter, of course. I'd put him right up there. Him and Jahdae Barron, I kind of mocked or kind of had them graded pretty similarly, you know. So if it's not Will Johnson, if he falls out of the first round, I mean, that would be stunning to me. But maybe it's the injury that's scaring everybody off, and maybe that's the issues with the, you know, off the field stuff is what's scaring people off of Mike Green. I don't know, but I think you're dead on about the Chiefs, though. I think Josh Simmons makes a ton of sense there. So yeah, I think that's I think it's going to go, if I can just predict the last three picks here.
Let's see him.
I think it's going to go Will Johnson, and I think it's going to go Josh Simmons at 31. And then with the Eagles, that's one that I'm kind of up in the air about.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what they're going to do.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that happening. I think I agree with you. Maybe Mike Green goes 32 to the Eagles. But some news from Brian Dable's press conference I want to talk about a little bit. The Giants, of course, traded up, got quarterback Jackson Dart. He has immediately made clear that Russell Wilson will be the starter of the New York Giants, which means we are sitting Jackson Dart, and more importantly, we're sitting Jameis Winston. It was kind of already known, but
Yeah.
what do you think about Russ being a mentor, Jameis Winston being a mentor, and what do you think about the Giants trading up to immediately sit QB of the future?
Yeah, I still don't agree with that move for the Giants, but in terms of the other parts of your question, in terms of Russ, Russ is a great teammate. You know, say what you want about his personal life and how he might be corny, or some people think he has toxic positivity. But he's a great teammate, and I think he will do everything in his power to try and bring along Jackson Dart and help him develop into a good quarterback. He and Justin Fields had a great relationship in Pittsburgh, you know, and Russ, you know, really took him under his wing and really kind of helped him with things. And that's the thing about Russ, is that he's not going to throw a teammate under the bus or anything like that. He's always going to be supportive and positive towards that teammate. So I think a guy like Jackson Dart could really use a guy like Russ, somebody who's going to be in his ear telling him, you know, things that he sees, things that he needs to get better. Because that's the thing with Jackson Dart, is he has kind of a tendency to kind of just take his first read and kind of go with it. He doesn't really go off of his first read very well, and that's something that he needs to work on in the pros here. So having a veteran Super Bowl champion like Russell Wilson, you know, to kind of mentor you, not to mention, you know, you have Jameis too, who's a character, of course, but he still has experience that you can lean on. So maybe he develops into something good, but I don't like how the Giants kind of handled this whole situation by getting Jackson Dart. They could have easily gotten him in the second round without having to give up all that they gave up just to go ahead and sit the guy anyway. So yeah, I don't get why they, or like their methods for doing it. But it's done. So now you got to kind of just roll with what they've got. So I think Russell Wilson is a good teammate, and I think he's going to help Jackson Dart as much as he can. Whether or not Jackson Dart takes that to heart is a whole other question, though. Mm. Mm. Mike Green. I don't know. Well, I know who the Bills picked. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, he's the best cornerback that's available. I wasn't even honestly wasn't even thinking about Maxwell Hairston at that pick. I don't understand it. I don't know why he is falling as much as he is. Maybe it's got to be the injury that's scaring people off. It has to be. That's the only thing I can think of because he's a great corner, and the Bills, it just made a ton of sense for them to select Will Johnson here, but they went in a slightly different direction. So I don't know. I mean, maybe they're just enamored with the speed that Maxwell Hairston has, but I think Will Johnson is a better cover corner all around. So I don't know. He's going to fall to out of the first round now. I think that's pretty much guaranteed at this point.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting one. Sorry about not having sound there for a second, everybody. But yes, Maxwell Harrison to the Bills, not the corner we thought. And there was also a trade between the Eagles and the Chiefs. The Eagles move up one spot in order to pick at number 31, and they are on the clock right now. They give up the number 32 overall pick as well as pick 164 later on in this draft. This one is an intriguing move. I don't think these two teams were going for the same player, so it feels like
Yeah.
a move that didn't need to happen, but it
Yeah.
is something that is really interesting to me. We talk about pass rushers, bringing up a guy like, as we talking about all night, Mike Green. I don't think they were going for that. I'm not sure exactly what they were thinking. What's the mindset here for the Eagles on this pick?
Yeah, I don't really know why they moved up one spot because I agree with you. I don't think the needs aligned with what the Chiefs want to do and what the Eagles want to do. I think the Chiefs were more likely to take an offensive lineman like a Josh Simmons or something, and I don't think the Eagles are going to take Josh Simmons. And if the Chiefs were going to take Josh Simmons, why would they let the Eagles jump ahead of them to potentially take that pick? So it just I don't really get it. It doesn't really feel like it was necessary. Just swapping picks like this when neither team is going to do the same thing. So I mean, I don't get it, but maybe they just wanted an additional draft capital by just doing a trade. So I don't know, but yeah,
Well,
because
I
the
get it.
Chiefs got a first round pick and a fifth round pick for 2025.
Yeah,
So I mean, they
I
swapped the first round
understand
pick and
this
then
move from the
yeah,
Chiefs side. It's more the Eagles that I don't understand.
yeah.
I think they could have gotten their guy at 32,
Mhm.
but it looks like the pick is in. Moving up a spot from 32 to 31, the Philadelphia Eagles have selected linebacker Jahad Campbell from Alabama. He joins the Eagles. This is the most Howie Roseman pick of all time, isn't it? You trade up one
Yeah,
spot,
for
you
sure.
get someone from the blue bloods of college football, Alabama or Georgia defender, to step in to play linebacker for you. Jahad Campbell is an athlete. I love this pick for the Eagles. They need somebody. Nolan Smith, that's where I got the name from in my brain. Look at me just precursoring things.
Yeah.
Going down with injury, a long term injury at the end of the season in the playoffs for them. Getting a guy like Jahad Campbell, who is just an athlete, is going to be really good for this team. I think Howie's done it again. I love this pick. What are your thoughts on it?
Mhm. Yeah, I love the pick. I just don't think it was necessary to trade up to get him because I think they could have absolutely gotten him at 32 because I don't think the Chiefs were going to go that direction. And they gave the Chiefs an additional pick in order to do it. So that's the only thing that I don't understand about it. But like picking Jahad Campbell makes a ton of sense. It's a very, like you said, Howie Roseman move if there ever was one. So yeah, I mean he's a tremendous linebacker. He's got that size and explosiveness, that you want in your linebackers. So and the Eagles, they just breed defensive players. Vic Fangio, tremendous defensive coordinator, and that defense is always very, very good under him. And just adding a guy like that, I can just imagine how good that defense is going to be again this coming season. So yeah, he's a good pick. I just don't think they needed to trade up to get him.
Yeah. One thing I will say is I understand the movement if you're grabbing a linebacker. The Chiefs obviously lost a couple of their linebackers in the offseason from what I think was the best linebacking room in all of football. I could have seen the Chiefs grabbing Jahad Campbell as he continued to slip, but now it just feels all too obvious. The Chiefs on the clock here at number 32, doesn't it just have to be Josh Simmons? You can look at the rest of the offensive linemen available, right? You take a look at the offensive tackles outside of Josh Simmons. You're falling down to guys out. You're falling out to guys like Ozzie Trapolo out of Boston College. These guys that don't have any kind of first round buzz on them. If you're looking for an offensive guard, which they could use as well, also basically out of the running unless you wanted a guy like Tate Rutledge or Tate Rutledge out of Georgia. I just don't see this. I just don't understand this move. I don't understand this move really. But the Chiefs, I think they might not go offensive tackle here unless it's Josh Simmons, and I can't really see him going another way right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just don't understand the Eagles thinking in terms of just moving up like that, though, because I don't think the Chiefs were going to take Jahad Campbell. I don't. I think they were going to take an offensive lineman, so I don't really understand why the Eagles felt the need to not only move up a spot, but give them an additional pick in order to do so. And the reason why I don't think the Chiefs were ever planning on taking Jahad Campbell is if they were, they would not have traded with the Eagles so that the Eagles could move up and take him instead. That just doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I don't really understand it, but Chiefs on the clock now, so I think they're going Josh Simmons. If not, then, I mean, I couldn't tell you who I think they were going. I think it's Josh Simmons. It's got to be.
Well, let's try and figure this out, right? Because they have a lot of options. Again, they've made the Super Bowl 4 out of the last 5 years. Very good. Very, very good run for them there. Patrick Mahomes, of course, can carry just about everybody. Do they look at potentially Luther Burden to add as another weapon? Are they in love with a guy like Mason Taylor? Add another tight end once we move off of Travis Kelce, most likely after this season? Are we looking at a guy off the edge like a Mike Green or a Donovan Ezeraku that have been popular in the mock drafting communities? What are their thoughts here? I agree. I tend to agree it has to be Josh Simmons here, but there are a lot of ways they could go. They really could. They could get another corner if they needed. Never too many of those. Never too many edge rushers. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, they could go Will Johnson possibly, but I think the most likely scenario is they go offensive lineman, they go Josh Simmons. I think that makes the most sense. I originally had them going defensive tackle with this pick, but just the way the draft has shaken out to this point, or now that we're at the end of the draft, I think it's got to be tackle at this point. Losing Joe Thuney in the offseason was a big loss, and they need to try and find a way to re-up that position, essentially. So, yeah, I think the Chiefs go tackle. I don't think there's really any other option other than maybe Will Johnson here.
Yeah, there's a lot of different places, but I want to turn our attention back to the New York Giants because they've kind of been the story of this draft. Obviously, at 3, they take Abdul Carter. They trade back into the first round and draft Jackson Dart. On the same night, they pick up the 5th-year option of Kayvon Thibodeau in a press conference after Brian Dable saying that Russell Wilson will be the starter. What do you think of the Giants' day so far? Because they are going to be the big story coming out of tonight.
I think it's a mixed bag. I really like the Abdul Carter pick. I think it was a no brainer. But then they went ahead and they did some Giant stuff after that. So kind of makes me think that it's like, yeah, you got Abdul Carter, which was a great pick, but then it's like, okay, so we gave up what to get who? It's like you gave up all of this to get a guy that you could have gotten in the second round and not having to give up anything. I mean, they gave up a lot just to get Jackson Dart, only to have him sit behind Russell Wilson this year. So, yeah, I mean, the Giants, I'd have to give them probably an overall grade of probably like a C minus, like an average, because the C, it gets up to a C simply because of the Abdul Carter thing. If not for what they did with Jackson Dart, I would have them closer to an A as far as the draft.
So
But what they did with Jackson Dart kind of bumped them down for me.
I will say the one saving grace is that the Giants didn't give up too much to move back into the first round. They found a nice little healthy medium. They didn't have to give up as much as a team like the Falcons did, which crazy that the Falcons gave that much up in order to move up. The Giants gave up a second round pick, an early second round pick. They gave up a third round pick. But at the end of the day, I don't think they gave up all that much in order to move up. And if this works, it's going to hit big. This is exactly what they needed to do. They need to take a big swing. They lost $34.99 and a 2026 third round pick. So it's not like the end of the world here.
Mhm.
It's just
Yeah.
it's just not great. But
Yeah, I have to say I love your enthusiasm of trying to spin this into a positive thing for the Giants. So I get that you're trying to kind of rationalize it. I get it, but they did give up to. Sure, they may not have given up like a lot if you're just looking at it on face value, but they gave up too much, in my opinion, in order to move up into this first round again to get a guy that was not graded as a first round talent. So I just don't agree with the move. If they drafted him in the second or third round, then sure, but not moving up into the first round to get a guy that nobody had any desire of taking in the first round. I don't get that.
yeah, no, I completely understand with what you're saying. I'm not a fan of it at all. But pick number 32 is in. Round 1 is over. The Chiefs, with the last pick in round 1, pick 32 overall, have selected offensive tackle Josh Simmons, Ohio State. About time, am I right? This guy we've talked about all night. He is someone that I absolutely love, a guy that could be the best tackle overall in this class. And the Chiefs just find their way into yet another All-Pro, potential All-Pro, I should say, exactly what they needed. The injuries are a concern, which is why he fell so far. But I think they knocked this out of the park, getting a guy like Josh Simmons at 32, getting an extra pick as well. Good for the Chiefs, man. Good for the Chiefs.
Yes. Yay, Kansas City. They're so down on their luck so much. It's about time they finally got a win, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a smart pick. It makes a ton of sense. It's a good pick, solid pick. They had to fill a hole, and he has the potential to be the best tackle in the class here at number 32. But yeah, part of me doesn't like it because it's like the Chiefs just always seems to work out in their favor. So except for the Super Bowl last year. But other than that, it just seems to always work out for them. So I apologize if I'm not jumping over the moon for the Chiefs pick here, but it is a good pick. So I give them credit for that at least.
Yeah. And you know what? That is completely fair. I'm not going to lie to you. There were a lot of options in this round, but this one just feels very straightforward. I do want to talk about not the guys that got picked. We'll get to them in a second, but the guys that didn't get picked. Who is your biggest surprise here? We've been following a lot of guys that fell out. We've obviously got 2 on the top of our mind that we said we'd be right about eventually. Yeah. But who's the biggest shock to you that fell out of the first round?
I think it's those two guys, man, Will Johnson and Mike Green. The fact that both of those guys are still out there and still available, it's kind of surprising to me. And also to a certain extent, I'm a little bit surprised that Luther Burden wasn't taken either. Because I think he's a talented receiver. I mean, maybe you can't give a first round grade on him. I don't know, but I don't know. I just kind of thought that somebody would try and take a shot on him. So I was a little surprised that he didn't get picked. But really, the biggest stories here for me is Will Johnson and Mike Green not being taken, and Josh Simmons being taken all the way at number 32. So yeah, that's kind of the main surprises. If you're just talking about like the whole entire draft as a whole, my biggest surprises are whatever the hell it is that the Falcons were trying to do. The fact that the Cowboys went and got Tyler Booker instead of a skill position player, kind of confused by that. And then, of course, what the Giants did with Jackson Dart kind of made me scratch my head a little bit as well.
Yeah, you kind of covered a little bit, but there were three guys that I was especially shocked did not go out of that did not get taken in the first round. You covered Will Johnson, one of he's my second best corner in this class, or third best if you include Travis Hunter. Mike Green, who is also similarly my third best pass rusher, or second best pass rusher, I should say. And then Donovan Ezeraku, who is my third best pass rusher. There were a bunch of edges that I thought were going to do better. And then Shedeur Sanders is there. We talked about it a lot. It felt like to me at the beginning of the draft, it was Saints or bust. Potentially the Steelers in there. But this is a really interesting way to end round one. With so many talented guys still available, it might be super chaotic at the top of round two. The Browns on the clock. They have 2 picks early on in this second round. They could really clean up and have a really nice draft. Tate in the chat says Mike Green and Shedeur Sanders not being picked are his biggest surprises. Absolutely. Like we said, they're in that 4 there. But as for the guys that did get drafted, talk about your biggest steal. Talk about your biggest reach. What's the big story? Outside of the Giants, we talked about them separately. They'll be their own thing. Outside of the Giants, what's the big story of this draft? What's the big takeaway from round one?
For me anyway, I kind of, if I'm just looking at a team that I like what they did, I have to go with my Steelers. I know it might be a little bit of a homer here, but I really like the fact that they were able to get Derek Harmon, that he fell to them. Another one, I'm just kind of surprised that Amarian Hampton fell as far as he did too, but as far as Derek Harmon, I think it's a very good pick for the Steelers. It addresses something that they absolutely needed, and they didn't have to, reach for a quarterback or anything. And I'm one of the few people that am not really 100% surprised that Shedeur Sanders didn't get picked in the first round. He's not a first-round talent. So, I mean, it's not really that surprising. I mean, it's surprising, I guess, in the sense that I thought maybe the Saints would take him, but I never once thought Shedeur Sanders was going to be drafted by the Steelers. Everybody else seemed to, but I made a point about it. He is not going to Pittsburgh. So, and it didn't happen. So that it's not really that surprising to me, because I figured he either goes to the Saints or he doesn't get drafted in the first round. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, you talk about some surprises for me. We're taking a look at guys that I didn't think were supposed to, that I didn't think were going to get drafted that did. The name that really stands out to me is Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State, the guard that went to Minnesota. That's a name that was not on my radar for anything at all in the first round. A lot of these other names that got drafted that I didn't think were going to. Jackson Dart, we're talking about guys like Tyleik Williams, talking about guys like Tyler Booker. These guys that I at least considered putting in a first round mock or had in mocks in the past. But offensive guard for Minnesota, Donovan Jackson, that one is probably my biggest surprise of the night. Again, outside of the trades that were made by the Giants, those are the big stories there. My favorite draft, it's the Chiefs. I love what the Chiefs did. They hit exactly what they needed to, right? The Chiefs got their guy, potentially the best offensive tackle in this draft class, in Josh Simmons, and they got an extra pick for doing it. They moved back and they got the guy that they wanted. I think they killed this first round. There's a lot to see. The Jags, I'm a bit of a fan of. The Browns could turn this draft into something really special. But who was your favorite? What was your favorite draft so far of the first round? Again, we can have setups for the rest of the round, but as of round one, what are your thoughts for who had the best and worst drafts?
It pains me to say this, but I like what the Ravens did. Getting Malachi Starks, I think, is a big get for them for that secondary. I really like that move. As much as I hate that move at the same time, being a Steeler fan, I do really, as an objective football fan, I do really like that move. The worst move, I'm not going to mention the Giants because we've already talked about them to death. I think the worst move was the Tyler Booker drafting from the Cowboys. I think they really missed an opportunity with that pick.
Yeah, no, definitely. That was one that kind of came out of nowhere. I think it was the first real big reach of the draft. Tyler Booker, who was ranked in a lot of big boards, round pick 30 to 40-ish, so catching the tail end of that first round potentially. But going at 12, I think was more drafting based on, we lost a all-pro to retirement rather than what's the best player we can get right now. It felt more like a panic move than anything. But it wasn't the sexy pick. So it wasn't necessarily the worst decision. The other big story, how about the Packers? The first time they've drafted a first-round weapon since 2002. It's been 23 years since they last did this. What do you think sparked a change? Because there were plenty of players available for them if they wanted to go what they had done. Plenty of edges that still are out, corners that still haven't been drafted. What do you think made that big switch in them that made them decide we need to get a wide receiver now?
Well, I think it's their wide receiver situation currently is what made them kind of go that way. Because Christian Watson, with his injury, not really sure when he's going to be back this year. And then, of course, having a stable of number 2, number 3 type receivers. So they needed something for Jordan Love. They needed some help for Jordan Love. So it doesn't really surprise me that they went wide receiver. It's surprising that it took them this long to go wide receiver in the first round. That's surprising.
Yeah.
But the one other pick I wanted to mention too that I didn't mention a second ago, as far as my least favorite, probably my least favorite outside of the Booker one, is the Josh Connerly drafting from the Commanders. I really didn't like that pick. Not that I don't like him as a player. I think he's a solid player. I just think the Commanders had other needs, and I think I don't want to say they wasted a pick because he could end up being a really good anchor on that offensive line. But it's almost like a waste because I feel like they could have addressed a bigger need on that defense rather than going offensive line. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it. But yeah.
We've kind of danced around it a little bit, but I do want to touch on it before the end of the show. We saw a good amount of trades, right? We saw the Jags trade up with the Browns. We saw the Giants trade up with the Texans. We saw the Rams trade with the Falcons. And we saw the Eagles and the Chiefs swaps pick there. That's 4 trades. I was kind of thinking there weren't going to be too many trades in this one. Let's go through in chronological order here of what happened. As of now, and I know it's way too early to pick a winner or loser on these trades, what do you think of that Browns-Jacksonville trade right now?
Well, I think the Browns won that trade just in the sense of what they were able to get, because I like what the Browns have done to this point in the draft, getting that additional second-round pick and getting an additional first-round pick for next year as well. I like the Jags picking Travis Hunter. I just don't like what they gave up in order to do that. So I think the Browns made out very, very well in the draft, getting those additional picks and still being able to draft the guy that they wanted to draft. So I like what Cleveland did for sure. So like I said, that's just I don't really agree with what Jacksonville gave up to move up 3 spots. But that's kind of the only real complaint. I mean, it's still a good pick from the Jags to get Travis Hunter.
They get a generational talent over there in Travis Hunter. That is something that I really do appreciate them appreciating, right? Sometimes we hear all about these trade down. You'll get more value if you trade down. But if you trade down and avoid a generational player, I think this trade is pretty fair if Travis Hunter turns out to be the guy that I think he is, which is a future Hall of Famer and a athlete like we've never seen before in the NFL. I think this trade works out. A trade that I don't think works out, and it's going to be the big story tomorrow. The New York Giants trade up to pick 25. They only give up a second, an early fourth, early fourth, and a future third. Pick 99, I believe, is a fourth round pick if I'm doing my math correctly. Maybe not with the compensation and stuff, but regardless of that, not that much to move up. I still don't agree with the pick of quarterback Jackson Dart, of course, but he's not going to start right away, which is good. I'm glad that they are clearing that up. He's someone that with the right development could be okay. We've talked a little bit about it already. Talk to me about Jackson Dart, that pick. Is it a desperation move? Why Jackson Dart over any of these other quarterbacks like a Shedeur Sanders?
Honestly, I don't know. I didn't have a first round grade on Jackson Dart. I know earlier in the process, he was being mocked all over the place, all over the different teams. Shedeur Sanders was another one at the beginning of this whole process. Some people thought that Shedeur Sanders would be the second player taken off the board after Cam Ward, and he didn't even get taken in the first round. So, it's just kind of an interesting situation with that. I don't agree with what the Giants did with Jackson Dart. Like I said before, they could have just stayed pat in the second round and gotten him there if they wanted to. I don't think Jackson Dart is a franchise type quarterback. He could, potentially, mold into that, of course, but I just think there's too many flaws in his game. So I don't like that they gave up as much as they did to get a guy like Jackson Dart. Now, if they gave up what they did to get like another player, like maybe a player like Mike Green or Will Johnson, the guys we've been talking about all night, then I could probably stomach it a little better. But, getting Jackson Dart with that pick, I just think it was a waste of assets. You didn't have to go back into the first round in order to be able to do that, in my opinion. So
I don't mind the move. I mind the guy. Again, we can agree to disagree on this.
Yeah.
I don't think that they gave up too much to make this move. You talk about a team giving up too much. That's the Falcons with the next pick. They gave up a future first-round pick for the rights to James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. Now, James Pierce Jr. is no slouch. We've talked about him. Former mocked at the beginning of the year, the way too early mock drafts that are going to come out at the end of this. Potential number 1 overall pick at the beginning of this year's draft cycle. Why would they give up that much when they already drafted a guy that can kind of do similar things in linebacker Jalen Walker, linebacker out of Georgia? It feels a little redundant, and that is where I put my foot down and say that's too much to give up. A future first for that just doesn't make sense to me. They had to move up 20 picks, which is a lot, but still, it's quite a lot to give up here. I don't agree with this move at all.
Mhm. Yeah, and also just real quick, just to be clear, the Giants trade, I'm not necessarily against what they gave up. I am against what they gave up for Jackson Dart. Just to be clear about that. If it was any other player, it would be fine. But Jackson Dart, I don't think it's worth what they gave up for him, even if they didn't give up much. I don't think it was worth it. But moving on to the Falcons one, I just feel like the Falcons are just hell-bent on just making the most head-scratching, confusing decisions in the NFL draft just to throw everybody off. Because this is yet another draft, back-to-back years, where they've done something that just doesn't make any sense at all. They did it last year with the Michael Penix thing and after signing Kirk Cousins. And now they did it again this year by, giving up all those assets to go and get a guy like James Pierce when you just went ahead and drafted Jalen Walker, like you said, who can do similar types of things anyway. So it's like you're getting the same position that you drafted twice, essentially, in the first round. So I don't really get it. But who knows? Maybe those guys will be quite a tandem in Atlanta.
And they could be. Atlanta hasn't had a pass rush in forever. So getting 2 of them, it doesn't hurt. But it's more, again, about the amount that they gave up. This is the opposite as the Giants. They gave up too much for a fine guy. The Giants gave up a fine amount for a not fine guy. The final trade to go over here before we wrap up our show happened at the very end. We saw the Philadelphia Eagles trade up one pick. There were reports that they had been trying to trade up for a while for Jahad Campbell. They just swap spots with the Chiefs, give up a third-round pick, give up a fourth-round, excuse me, I apologize, a fifth-round pick. We'll get there eventually. Give up a fifth-round pick for it.
It's all right. It's late. I get it.
What do we think of that move? Obviously, we talked about how it doesn't make too much sense in the moment, but Jahad Campbell is a guy that if you worried someone's going to take him, you move up that one spot. It wasn't super expensive. I don't mind that pick at all.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to give up a whole bunch. I don't have any real super big criticisms about it. I just thought it was a little peculiar that they moved up one spot to get a guy they probably could have gotten if they would have just stayed at 32, especially after what the Chiefs did. The Chiefs went and got Josh Simmons. The Eagles weren't going to draft an offensive lineman, so it just seems kind of pointless to why they moved up. You know, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't think it really made a ton of sense to move up one spot, but you know, they didn't give up hardly anything to do it. So I mean, it is what it is, you know, so I'm not terribly upset about that.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that big of a deal when it comes to it, but this was a kind of crazy first round. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in and dealing with us for all 4.5 hours of this, if you stuck around for all of it. It is late. The first round is over. We'll be back tomorrow in our respective shows to go over each and everything from this draft, break down the winners, the losers, who might go, who the big surprises were, the trades, and much more. You all have a great night. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to